There we go. We're live.
Okay. So when last we left, you trudged into the board of directors' estate. A absolutely horrific sight, bloodied, bruised, marked, scuffed up from your battle with the undead Sharken Bear.
Everyone except for Senku.
This is true. You were ushered into like a
dinner.
Not quite yet.
No, as in I'm getting dinner.
So you were ushered into a side room where Luvia and her daughter Catherine Bloodmeyer performed some medical healing on you. They physically sewed up and stitched up your wounds, cleaned them, sanitized them, bandaged them up while gnome and elven and half-elven attendants helped you doff your armor, and they brought it back, clean and polished. As it was a state dinner, you did have to surrender your weapons, which Heron immediately saw where they were being surrendered. And there was a wonderful introduction where you were actually recognized as great heroes attending the state dinner, and you then even went on to provide the band that was hired a relief and continued song for the guests. Seraphis at this point got a little bit grouchy.
Uppity.
Went into a waiting and sitting room where people could go to relax a little. And was asked by a little gnomish girl for a flight. So he took her for a flight around the courtyard. There was this big hedge maze that he flew over, and he noticed something vault the fence. He brought her in, set her down, gave her back to her father, went and rejoined the party, and proceeded to do everything in his power to cause a scene with regards to getting the party's weapons. Engaged the assailant, but
were unable to prevent
they were unable to incapacitate her, as she pulled out a bag of holding and scooped up Luvia, and she strategically waited for Pippin to have burned his reaction, because she then teleported away, and Pippin was unable to counterspell her. Meanwhile, Seraphis suplexed something that was a size bigger than he is, and received some unusual reactions from the flesh golem. Ultimately, you had no choice but to put it down. Catherine entered the room.
So sucks we couldn't see Luvia.
After the after the action had quieted, Catherine re-entered the room, absolutely aghast at what had happened, and she identified the flesh golem to be her father. Subsequently, one of the first experiments she and her mother ever performed. And that is pretty much where we left off.
I guess I'll open stuff up. Let's go!
I think...
Now, I believe, as I recall, Sarathis was preparing to cast Commune.
Besides the point...
Nestor raises an eyebrow with a smirk. Nyxor? Do I detect a hint of jealousy?
No. No.
Nestor chuckles and claps his hand on your shoulder.
We jest.
Now, incidentally, Sarathis, I am looking at the Paladin spell list and I don't see Commune on it.
1 second.
I believe it's because of his subclass.
Yes.
Oath of Redemption. Hold on, Oath of Redemption does not get Commune.
Oh, he's Oath of Glory, as I recall.
Yes.
Oh wait, Oath of Glory?
Yes.
My bad.
Level 17.
Oath of
they get
Glory
covered.
gets Commune at level 17.
Okay.
And Flame
Okay.
Strike. And they get haste.
Yes, it's a very sweet spell list.
Hey, Sarathis, if you ever need haste, I can boost you. I can hit you with it. And it doesn't require concentration.
Indeed.
Thanks, I'll keep that in mind.
But so at this point, there is a loud double clap. Two.
So yeah, I think during Sarathis is whatever he's doing, Nyxor is gonna take a short rest, cast Scry.
Well, before
Already
you
gonna
a chance
get
to do
that, because
as I said, there's a loud double clap, and Shrivel is seen standing on a table, almost shouting, "Everyone, please! May I have your attention?"
Senku looks over.
I'm sorry?
Senku looks over.
I submit that we have been through a traumatic and devastating experience. However, we have come out the other side, shaken up, but more or less unscathed. Now, the outer wall is a shambles, but the night is pleasant, and the rest of the building is intact. If it is agreeable to you all, and no one minds a fresh, gentle breeze wafting in from the hedge maze, the kitchen and subsequently the kitchen staff and all the food they were preparing has not been sullied. It's my suggestion that we eat in celebration of the fact that we continue to live our lives and in celebration of these remarkable heroes who have threw themselves in front of danger for us. Now, this is going to sound very unbusinessmanlike of me, but I think after everything we've done, or everything we've been through, the state part of this state dinner can wait for another time. For tonight, just enjoy the hospitality of my fine nation. What say you all?
2 thumbs up from Senku.
Sarathis will take a fist and bang it against his chest armor and bow his head.
In an instant, Shrivel's eyes are upon you in a very serious gaze, and he looks at you, jumps off the flips off the table, makes a big show of it, walks up to you, and sort of claps you on the thigh, and says, "Master Sarathis, tonight, you and your friends bow to no one." And he proceeds to kneel. Queen Mira follows suit. For too long, the entire gathered guest list is, if not kneeling, bowing, and or curtsying.
Sarathis is visibly embarrassed.
Yeah, Senku is kind of embarrassed too, like he's blushing.
Nestor leans in towards you, Sarathis, with a big, almost shit-eating grin, and remember what you said to me about putting on a show for people. You're blushing.
Sarathis is just going to snort at Nestor.
Nestor just looks at you blankly as if to say, "Yeah, and?"
I concede.
I'm as much the living incarnation of a lightning bolt as you are.
I concede. You win this time.
I would like to add that Kitty Cat is standing with everyone else, but she is kind of forcing a smile. She still feels heavily the fact that they lost someone in this battle, and that it was someone's mother.
Yeah, I think Daxor would have kind of smiles at everybody else, but he also had a. You can probably make an insight, I guess. You guys want.
Anyone who wants to can now make an insight check.
Oh, goody. One of my good ones.
Insight, you say? I'll roll it, but it ain't gonna do nothing. Oh, that was a 19. Already quap. That's a 21.
Yep.
So we're not doing anything.
That's, yeah, I say doing nothing. How about an 8?
Yeah, I got a 13.
Whoa!
Yeah.
I got a nat 20 plus 11. So
Oh
that's
my
a
God.
31.
Oh.
Like, oh boy,
Okay,
oh
I
boy.
know everything. I can read into your soul.
Yeah, I got 13. I got a nat 1, but I still got 13 thanks to that plus 12.
Noise.
Well, I kind of made it a bit difficult. I made a AC of 20, so those that made more than 20, you're gonna see, pretty much actually when he could tell, he kind of felt bad when he killed the thing, and he also kind of feels bad that they lost the mother, pretty much.
Indeed. So while all this is happening, you guys can see that a bunch of servants dressed well are coming out and setting food on all the different tables. Most are sized for medium creatures, with a good few set for small ones. And big goblets are being set up. Trays of beverages are being put out, and everyone turns around, and there's sort of oohs and ahs about how quickly and quietly this was done, because none of the guests were facing that way, so they could see it. And then Shrivel cheers and says, "Let the feast begin." And it is extremely good food.
Pippin's gonna cure wounds himself and wipe off the blood,
Very well. You can tell.
and then he goes, "You guys enjoy your meal. I'm gonna walk around and talk to some of the nobles here and see if I can't possibly get us some sponsors."
There are a few nobles right at your own table.
Sponsors.
Well, if that's the case, then I'd like to commune with them and, spark a conversation and bring up the idea that we might be able to like a sponsorship for the party to help us raise money to continue to fight the cult.
So, make an insight check.
Okay. 17.
17.
You want I should help him with that?
You don't need it. This is more role play. This is more role play stuff than crucial life and death struggles. You are able to just look around and sort of gauge the room, read the room pretty well. You recall what Shrivel said during his speech, that tonight is not the night to talk business. Tonight is.
Oh, did he say? I totally missed that.
You could tell there are a few people who would be willing to engage in that conversation. Shrivel chief among them, but he's the only one who you could gather would be happy to engage in that.
Gotcha. I didn't catch that part of his speech. Then I will simply engage in conversation, casual conversation, and just have a good time.
And it is very much a good time. Those nobles you walk up to, you walk up, you hesitate, you start to turn around and say, and they're like, no, please, we wish to speak with the great heroes of the evening. We would like to, if time permits, would you be interested in having a portrait drawn with us.
Pippin would not only would he allow it, he'd be glad to partake in it.
I take it this extends to the rest of the party?
Yes. And then she's like, "Oh, excuse me, all of you. I would be honored to have a portrait drawn with all of you to capture the legendary heroes of the day in pain
Pippin
is unheard of."
Pippin will he'll mend his clothing and make sure there's no cuts or breaks, and there's one thing that I'd forgotten that you'd given me, Sen.
Oh,
But on the very first day, you gave me a cloak of fashion, I believe it's called.
yes.
And Pippin will make that. He'll change his cloak to just better suit instead of a heroic cape. It's more like a noble's cloak, and look more professional.
Very well. You do that, and everyone who's looking at you oohs and ahs a little bit, and you feel a tug on your cape.
I'll turn and look.
The same little girl that Sarathis was worried about, and she's like, "Excuse me, mister, can you change its color to blue?"
And he'll flourish his hands out, and with prestidigitation, make it whoosh back as it changes color with the wind.
Showmanship. I like it.
Got to make people like you.
This little girl is so happy. You can actually see tears welling up in her eyes, and she's jumping up and down.
Pippin will let's see. He's like, want to go for a fly?
She looks at you with this ear-to-ear smile. And then her mother comes over. Or I'm sorry, then her father comes over. It's the gnome version of Monopoly, of the Monopoly guy. Top monocle. And she's like, and he's like, now you mustn't bother the heroes too much. They have to eat too,
He goes, wouldn't it make a wonderful picture? And I'm going to roll persuasion and get a 32.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I also need you to make me a Constitution save.
Con save?
Con save. Don't worry. Don't panic. This is purely for comedic purposes.
Is it pick her up?
No.
Okay, 7?
Okay. You say that, it's really no trouble, and then everyone hears your stomach.
Leafa, give me a good berry.
Leafa, are you there?
I said, get me a good berry.
Now make a wisdom save.
I think she has me muted.
What happened?
I think you have me muted because you're not hearing me.
Oh no.
She is
Yeah.
also completely muted.
But I'm asking for a good berry.
Okay, she will give it to you. And I swear, dude.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. Pippin turns to Leafa and he's like, Leafa, I need a good berry.
And I need a wisdom save.
Wisdom save?
A wisdom save.
Is it still comedic?
Purely for comedic intent.
I'd say that would be, I rolled a 19, and that'll be plus 9, so 28.
Okay.
Ignore the other roll.
need you to join me in the DM chat very briefly.
Oh boy. Like, seriously, he almost nat 20'd that.
Oh boy.
I hope Pippin didn't just screw up, Major.
Oh, shush.
Wouldn't it be funny if the con save gave him the runs?
Wow.
Sorry.
And while I wait, I'm busy playing good old-fashioned Shipbreaker while I wait.
Sorry, I just had this crazy idea in my head. My bad.
What?
No, just the comment. My bad.
Are you talking S-word breaker?
Oh no. When I said if the con save gave Pippin the runs. My bad. It would have been funny though.
If the con save gave him the runs.
Well, I mean, the other day, when the Flesh Golem shows up and Pippin normally nearly barfed.
I think he did.
Did he?
Wasn't he nauseated?
Yeah, he was nauseated, but I don't think he actually barfed.
By the way, I've been known to do Predator jokes, namely that when we encounter an ugly monster, my first phrase is, "That is one ugly mother effer." Am I wrong?
I don't know, man. I always thought that the Predators. Oh.
So there is a comedic moment here where Pippin's like, Leafa, toss me a good berry. She does. He takes it, and for just a second, he looks at this enormous, delicious spread of food and beverages. And he looks down at the little girl, and with no more hesitation, he just flicks the berry into the air, opens his mouth, and pops it down his throat. And then the man's like, can you fly for an hour? It will take at least that long for the portrait.
I could fly for 4.
He's like, that is incredibly splendid and kind, and perhaps he ponders. Says, I have an idea with Shrivel's. With Shrivel's permission, Shrivel trots over. They whisper. And he turns back. And Shrivel almost has these puppy dog eyes. He says, and he looks to all of you. He says, if you would permit, I propose having multiple portrait painters here tomorrow to have you to have your party painted.
Sure, I'm down with that.
Sure.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, we could use a break.
Okay then, it's settled. Bring out the lemon chicken. And
Lemon chicken.
yes.
Mm.
Dude, lemon
Lemon
chicken's
pepper
so
chicken.
good.
This is so good. You're making my mouth
We-
water.
Hey, I made us some New York strip steak today. Courtesy of Sen.
Many delicious. I only bought it. He'll play up my he plays up my contribution to this. Don't buy it. All I did was buy the stuff. He's the one who cooked
I
it.
made us so much steak lately. It's just so good though.
It's good.
But expensive. I can't do that all the time.
Yeah. The tongue and stomach say yes, more. Then the wallet says no, please.
No.
Please.
Yeah, the ribeye is the best though. New York strip's good. Ribeye though. Oh. Anyway,
Ribeyes
Hungry
there.
Howie's. Hungry Howie's 100%.
I'm sorry. I worked for Hungry Howie's.
Like,
Oh
granted,
my god.
Each
McDonald's is
location-
cleaner. Yeah, each location's different. The location we have, McDonald's, is cleaner.
By far.
Yeah.
Like
they literally
they-
throw the stuff on the floor that then they use to cook your food with. And the
when I was
floors are
working there, they'd take the pans that they were cooking pizza with. They'd pull them out of the oven and throw them on the floor once they pulled the pizza out. And they would only clean these legally. They only had to clean these pans once a month because of how hot their oven is. It technically got rid of all the bacteria. However,
Still.
other things that they cooked in the oven, they still had to clean because it didn't kill all the bacteria. How much sense does that make? And these pizza pans, they weren't supposed to go on the floor, but they'd take them, throw them on the floor that is completely covered in grime. And then when they go to making the next pizza, pick it up off the floor, and they'd wipe off the inside and then set it and stack them on top of each other. They didn't wipe off
That's
the bottom,
useful.
and they just wiped it off with just a white dry towel.
Oh
And then
my
they'd
gosh.
stack them. Yeah, and then they'd stack them so that way the bottom that was on the floor is now inside of that clean pan, quote unquote clean. Then they take them, spray the inside, throw your pizza in it, throw it in the oven. Didn't matter if you asked for no cheese, were allergic to onions or whatever. They just take a pan, throw them in, and throw them in the oven.
That's useless.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
yeah.
I'm glad Hungry Howie's here in Florida doesn't do that.
They're horrible here. I refuse to order from them. I worked there and I walked out after all the nonsense that I had to deal with. Anyway, enough of my random banter.
It is time to eat.
Yes. So this is unequivocally, in no uncertain terms, some of the best food you've ever eaten. You know,
Pippin's like, I want a second serving because he can only eat one serving now.
like you've had royal food before. You've dined with Queen Mira, and it is kind of hilarious because you see Queen Mira eating almost like a halfling.
And Pippin's eating almost like a human. What? Pippin, are they doing that flying portrait thing?
Oh no, that's going to be put off until tomorrow.
I've wasted a good berry for nothing.
And just so you know, a good berry is enough to keep you full all day long. So
I'm a halfling. I can eat twice.
that's true. We'll treat it like limba spread. So
Your fullness does not take away from the fact that it is amazing.
But now I can't have 2 servings. 2 full. It's like, oh, I'm so
Well-
full. I can't eat another bite.
There's other food coming out. You're only really given. It's not a. It's
It's not
not
like a full meal. It's small.
No, this is like a multi-course dinner.
Gotcha.
Pippin just eats the chicken.
But just eats the chicken next thing. I was just like, no. There's more.
There is. You're dining with royalty. More to the point, you're dining with royalty that is pulling out all of the stops.
Yep, dining with royalty that's pulling out all of the stops, which is awesome.
Is this counting as a short rest?
Yes, it is, in fact. By the end of this meal, you will have also completed a short rest. For the purposes, and that will also qualify Niagzor for the purposes of your scrying. The next dish they bring out is a very small one. It is a thin strip of what looks like rice with you smell seafood inside it.
We smell seafood.
Yes.
I should devour it with utmost haste.
It is cooked. And there is in addition, there's also this creamy, slightly sweet. It almost smells like cheese in it as well.
Mmm.
Which everyone eats, or I suspect everyone eats and then enjoys it.
Oh, hell yeah.
It is, in fact, sushi.
You're trying to make
That's
me
what I
eat
was-
sushi.
That's what I was thinking it was. I was thinking it was sushi. It's like, this sounds a lot like sushi. Like, my first thought was, this sounds a lot like sushi.
Yep. The next, and it is a very small thing. Like, it is cut up, but it's only cut up into 10 tiny pieces.
So I keep making con saves to see if Pippin can keep eating.
So
He's still eating.
that plate is taken, and he's like, second to last course. And everyone, this is unusual because it is it is a half or about a third of what appears to be some sort of unusual sandwich. Piled high and thick with what looks like, or what smells like roast beef and vegetables.
Nope. Nope. Pippin's done.
So
Can't eat another bite.
Sub sandwich.
that is
He's like-
essentially exactly what it is. It is a third of a sub sandwich.
Pippin's just kind of like, ugh, I can't have another bite.
Betcha Nyxor is just like eating everything.
Yeah, and
Nyxor.
Senku's enjoying it.
Oh yeah. Nyxor, this is. The party has had stretches of relaxation before, but this is, relaxation and to an extent celebration, with nobility who is legitimately grateful for your presence. And
I also kind of
sorry.
imagine at points he'll pull out his hurdy-gurdy and probably play some music.
You do that. As you do, you feel a tap on your shoulder.
I'll look down.
It's more like sideways, because standing
Oh.
sort of behind you is Catherine. And she looks at you with a strained smile. And she says, I could tell you were feeling a little down earlier. I hope the food has brightened your spirits. I think I know why, but I promise you, and even she strains a little bit, father is in a better place now, and I have you to thank for that. So,
well, yes, the food has helped a bit, and welcome.
she turns to Leafa, and she turns to Leafa and Pippin, and she actually curtsies a little bit and says, I hold no ill will towards you. I recognize that you did everything you could. Your your powers and abilities have been drained by battle after battle.
Leafa has a moment where she gets a true smile. It's super, super small, but she then runs up and hugs her.
She kind of awkwardly embraces you back.
We will find her. We'll get her back for you, okay? Don't know how, but we will.
Catherine steps away, smiles genuinely, and says, I know. That's why I'm able to enjoy this this voluptuous meal.
Out of character, I wonder what would have happened had we killed them back at the building, had Pippin not teleported them out.
I'll be entirely honest, I'm not sure, because I hadn't written this.
Well, obviously. Anyway, it's the best outcome I could have foreseen. Which I couldn't, but
Yeah, nobody could have.
I hoped. But he said, I can work with this. And that's always terrifying. Anyway, Pippin will wait for them to finish their hug, and then he'll hold out his hand to shake her hand, and goes, I'm just glad you guys were able to turn over a new leaf. It was the best possible outcome to that situation.
She has a pained smile, and she walks around, and I recognize there's not much room, but may I sit?
He'll nod and pull out a chair.
I don't mind.
So she sits. She is gazing into a cup of tea, and she ultimately looks and says, "What do you mean by turning over a new leaf?"
Came here, started helping people.
And
you doing?
You agree with that? So we are still continuing our. And she hesitates for a moment. Practices?
Though I disagree with your practices, the places those practices are being affected is much more ideal than the alternative.
The more you speak, the more she smiles.
I may dislike the idea of how you perform these things, but considering how you go about doing it now, I may not like it, but you can't please everybody.
She holds up her cup of tea and clinks your goblet or whatever it is you're drinking.
Oh, it's definitely a goblet of ale.
She clinks
Halfling ale. But it's not the best ale.
Oh,
it's okay.
This stuff is perfectly aged.
I'm sorry, but the only brew for the brave and true comes from the Green Dragon, not from whatever this comes from.
Are you talking that whiskey?
It's a song from The Hobbit.
I would say that's from Tolkien.
But the only brew for the brave and true comes from the Green Dragon.
If it please you then to know that that's where we ordered this, that's where we ordered a keg of this stuff from, Shrivel pipes up.
So that's why it tastes like home. They'll glug the thing down. I mean, like, glug, glug, glug.
DM.
Go ahead, Gray. Or go ahead, Serathis. I apologize.
Is there happen to be a loot or anything laying around? I know I did this last week, but
Loot.
There is, in fact.
I forgot about loot.
After Serathis eats, he'd like to pick up the loot and go outside. He wants to find a quiet place and begin playing.
Oh, a loot.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought loot as an instrument, not loot as in the goodies.
I was gonna say something about a loot as a joke, and I'm like, no, I actually want loot, not a loot, and that's what you meant. So, I was so like, he's gonna go take the loot. I was like, but loot.
Right, so this is my only reaction.
I gotta see this.
Facepalm.
Yep.
This is why your forehead is red, Saka.
Yes.
Well,
So after everyone finishes their sandwiches, it's like, last but not least, bring out the custard pie.
Ooh.
custard pie.
Yes.
Ooh, custard pie.
Yeah, no, he'll try, but he can get like one bite down.
And Shrivel stands up and says, I know most of you are familiar with this treat, but Norleyan customs are very slightly different. You see, custard, while delicious, is very plain and drab, so we present you with a number of side sauces to add to it.
Ooh. He's gonna have to
Ooh.
try at least one of each of those, but he. Oh gosh. It's Pippin
Roll
like
more saves.
Pippin's gonna be like stuck in the bathroom throwing up after this.
And
Well.
they bring out this personal, it's almost like a personal size pastry with it, like in a nice, it still almost smells warm, this graham cracker crust. And it is kind of like a soupy liquid inside. And
Interesting.
you're instructed that add one of the sauces and mix it in, and it will thicken as it is mixed.
Well, since Pippin can't get any down, he's gonna pardon himself from the table. And is there like any performances going on or anything?
There are not. There is kind of a. You guys haven't really noticed, but there is quite the din going on as people are talking, cheering, and celebrating. You guys are still very much at the center of attention.
Is there any sort of music playing?
There is none.
Other than Naxor, probably.
Yeah.
And even that's kind of intermittent because you have to put your instrument down to eat.
Yeah, Senku is.
Since
I
ahead.
take it one of the sauces is like an apple sauce.
There's apple. There is what smells like a vanilla cream sauce. There's like a coconut. There's like a coconut sauce. There is actually chocolate.
Well,
It's Senku trying a little bit of the chocolate apple combination to see what happens because science tastes good.
well, then what Pippin's gonna do is for any of the children that are attending the event, he'll just go put on like a little magic show to spend his time.
Excellent.
Let his stomach settle.
Exactly. Performance.
Make a performance check. Yeah.
That's a 21.
All right. I need another con save.
22.
Okay. You do this performance. And you're just doing stuff with prestidigitation and some spells and whatnot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mage hand, prestidigitation, light. You have it. Maybe like a little bit of sleight of hand, but that's not really his strong suit.
Okay. I was
Yeah,
more asking if you're doing any of the flippy spinny stuff.
No, not really.
Not with
Okay,
his
good.
stomach.
He's taking it easy. He's just putting on so that's why he's not going around to put on a show. He's just going around he might notice, just to get the kids out of some of the adults' hair and just give them something to watch and enjoy. And just commune with some of the other people who aren't currently eating or who are in between.
All
Just
right.
put on a little
Meanwhile,
something for fun.
Senku is nomming on his apple chocolate custard pie combo.
Yeah, that doesn't sound appealing in the slightest, but
Yeah.
if Senku, more power to him.
At most he might climb inside of a cardboard box with a hole behind it and then teleport behind the curtains or something.
Very good. So you do that. And before too long, literally every child in the
Oh gosh.
chain.
Good.
You have their undivided attention, and you see numerous parents. They just sort of look at you, they close their eyes, and they breathe a sigh of relief.
Yes.
I can
He has done it. He's
I can
conquered
imagine
the
like
boss.
actually seeing that and like adds music to it with his hurdy-gurdy.
You know what? Make a
What's your party name? We're the babysitters.
Niagzor, make me a charisma check, but add your proficiency bonus to it.
It's gonna be a
Ooh.
plot.
You know, if we call ourselves the babysitters, then we should put a big BS. Oh wait, that doesn't.
I get it.
I almost added that. That's a 30.
Okay. Not only are you playing the hurdy-gurdy, but you're
Right.
playing it in tune with in time with his performance. You're playing this like funny, almost goofy sounding jingle.
Elderberry Beck, you've made me hungry.
He's like, I gotta go eat now. Gosh.
Wait, IRL, you're hungry now?
Pat has muted himself.
Yes, but he is hungry.
Y'all are.
I mean, for good reason. That was, oh, geez. If I didn't have steak earlier, I don't know.
I'm glad I have pizza right next to me.
I might be rolling wisdom saves.
Nestor just sort of leans back in his chair, his stomach slightly bulgy. Says, "This was one of the longest days I have ever had in my life."
Yeah, Senku's stomach is bulging slightly as well as he finishes off his chocolate apple custard pie. And he says, you know, that actually wasn't half bad. Like he basically says, you know, that actually was pretty good. Like he expected he didn't know what it would taste like, but hey, it's good to try stuff.
At which point, you hear footsteps.
I shall return.
Catherine stands up, curtsies, and says, "Please excuse me, I think you have another guest."
Hmm?
And walking up, bowing slightly, is none other than Queen Mira.
Oh, hey.
I'll be right back.
Behind her is a man with a long beard wearing a fez.
And Senku's first reaction is, yo.
So,
I mean, it's Queen Mira and Min-South. Blue-robed man with a fez.
Yes, we know.
She curtsies, and her gaze falls upon every one of you in turn. My friends, she speaks, I was witness to what you did just an hour ago. And I think it's time for Sairi to become, she gets a slight smirk, slightly proactive in your endeavors. And she puffs herself up, making herself look very, proper and regal. But she speaks sort of hushedly as she does this. It's like, I present to you a royal decree, not written, not sealed in not sealed in writing or with my seal upon it, but a royal decree nonetheless.
Oh boy.
I hereby attach my guard captain Serathis to your adventuring company.
Hey, we'd be happy to have him.
I have no objection to that.
Wait. Am I in hearing distance of this?
Oh, you are being spoken directly to with this.
Yes.
No. I thought I walked outside. My bad.
Not quite yet. I apologize that you were. I apologize for that.
That's cool.
But yeah, Serath is basically being told that he is going to be joining the party.
Yay! Pippin's
I
still
have-
over there in the corner.
I have no objection to what Queen Mira is saying. Like, we could use all the help we can get.
Nestor chuckles. It's like, I'm not sure we'd have a say in the matter if we did agree, Senku, or if we didn't agree, I should say.
Serathis is stunned.
Queen Mira looks at you with a half smirk and says, If it wasn't for all the background noise, I could hear crickets chirping.
Serathis is not amused, I take it.
Oh no, it's not that. My lady, who will look after the children while I'm gone?
Queen Mira smiles and says, well, kind of obviously their own parents, but I think they can survive. I think they can survive without you and your teachings for a few months, or at least until such time as this matter is resolved.
He's not going to say anything, but he's going to give Queen Mira that look of, there's no way out of this, is there?
Queen Mira gets another crooked smile. Are you telling me you don't enjoy the company of these good people?
Oh, no, that's not fair. You're putting me on the spot.
She leans in big toothy grin and says, that's called royal prerogative.
As you wish, I will protect them with my life.
And still smiling, she says, no, you will protect each other. You're among equals now.
I like this dynamic that they got going on. This is too funny.
Yeah, Serathis is just gonna go quiet on that one.
Ed Senku just says, "Welcome to the team, buddy."
He'll raise a glass and nod a little bit.
Hey, welcome to the team. Welcome.
When you say that, Niaxor, you see Queen Mira still have a very big smile, but her expression softens quite a bit. She turns back, and you hear her speak to Minsouth and say, "Minsouth, there are times I miss that."
Oh.
You can take my place.
Serathis is trying to get out of it.
Mira turns, smiles, and says, "I don't think so. I don't feel like showing up these young whippersnappers any more than I already have."
Oh, jeez. Another Dragonborn. I'm completely fine with this.
Either way, forever fight is won. Senku grins and raises his glass.
Nestor will absolutely raise a glass to that.
So will Niaxor.
Queen Mira.
Yes, Serathis.
Before we part ways, I feel I have to ask a favor.
Speak your request.
May I have something official saying I am no one's pet?
Mira has this extremely quizzical look. And nods and says, "Absolutely."
Thank you, my lady.
I will have that. I will have such documentation presented to you in the morning.
Thank you, my lady. Yeah, Serathis is just gonna go ahead and nip that in the butt right now.
And no one's gonna treat him as their pet. That's not the way this team rolls.
Oh no! You'll see later. You'll see later. It's. I got a plan for it.
Oh, dear.
Oh boy.
But then, you're just like, oh, what are you doing? Pippin has claimed you as his pet.
Nestor looks at you, and Pippin, and says, "Well, I think there are now 2 dragons that you're not going to get to bend their knees."
Well, Pippin's not actually over with the party. He's still doing his thing.
Oh, okay.
That was just me being goofy.
So at this point, Serathis, as food is getting pulled away and people are still there are still like dessert snacks going around, like there's like slices of cake, these like small cups of coffee being passed around, and it is now sort of wound down into the talking, discussion, and nibbling phase. And you hear more than a few wretches and in the night as people have eaten themselves sick.
Yeah, Senku's just patting his stomach. That was good.
Dribble walks over and says, I am glad you liked it, Professor Ishigami.
2 thumbs up. Actually, if I had 3 arms, I'd give you 3 thumbs up.
Everyone sees Luvia raise a finger, like raise her arm a little bit, open her mouth to speak, and then quietly withdraw.
I think you mean Catherine.
Catherine, yes, I apologize. And she slips away. And yes, at this point, Sarathis, you can absolutely find that loot, slip away, and what do you do?
As he finds the loot and he's going to walk away, he's just going to sort of pat Niagara on a shoulder and Nestor in passing, and then he's just going to walk outside.
Oh, yep. So you're outside. What do you do?
Just want to find a quiet place and play some music.
Okay, you do that. So, make me a... Are you proficient with the loot?
I have it under my tools and proficiencies.
Then you're proficient with it, okay. Give me a charisma check and add your proficiency bonus to it.
21.
21 is good. So, you start playing, and everyone just kind of drifts off to sleep to the pleasant strumming of you upon this lute, until ultimately you two feel your eyelids getting very heavy, heavier than they've been in a long time, because you had 2 enormous confrontations within an hour of one another. And you finally drag yourself up to your room, which is, and you suspect Mira had some say in this, is right in line with everyone else's.
No matter what I do, she's always looking out for me.
It is a nice, lavish 4-poster bed with curtains. And like the linens are made of silk. It's a case of you almost, if it wasn't for the fact that you have to take off your armor, you probably could have fallen asleep in your armor.
Yeah, thankfully Senku can fall asleep in his armor.
Yes. This is not a trait everyone in the party possesses.
Armor?
Well, no, I say everyone can, as long as it's light. Sadly, not everyone possesses light armor.
Yeah, I have light armor.
Okay.
Light armor of +2 or plus. I think don't I get a +3 to my infusions at this point, or no?
No, they don't. They cap out at +2.
Okay.
See, studded leather is the heaviest thing you can sleep in, as far as I know.
Yep. So everyone gets a long rest.
Oh my god.
All right, time to roll.
Wait,
Time
those
to HP.
exist?
Yes, your DM is not entirely
Which
evil.
means I get to roll d4, and I get
Yeah.
2 added to Wyatt.
Time to roll a d4 for my crystal.
I mean, I should probably roll, even though I don't have one at this point, just to make sure it's.
I got a 1.
Perfectly
I got
correct.
1 charge to my crystal.
No big deal. You'll have. This is not the one and only day of downtime you're going to have, or well, I'll rephrase. It's not the one and only day of downtime you can have.
But yes, we finally get a long rest. Thank everyone. Ugh.
You guys all wake up late because yesterday felt like it took 3 weeks.
Yeah,
Oh,
even Senku
Goodness.
groans and says, "Why does it feel like yesterday was a lot longer than it and had any right to be?"
You say that, no one hears you because you are in your own room. But eventually, you all stir, wake up. So what do you do?
I think what Senku's probably going to end up doing is getting out of bed and checking out if the party's awake.
Okay. Pippin. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Serathis.
For the first time in ever, Serathis would like to sleep in.
Okay, Serathis can do that. Pippin,
Yes.
you wake up to a feeling you have never felt before.
What is this feeling?
You wake up full.
What?
What is this
You know,
magic?
I hear Leafa talking. But I don't hear
To
it.
Alexa, weirdo.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I sometimes you don't have your mic on. So I check.
Thank you for that.
Anywho, so Pippin wakes up full.
Pippin wakes up full, borderline stuffed.
What is this strange feeling being full?
Full? Nani? Mottae wa Vushindi.
You got the
Like,
quote
why would I
wrong.
ever want food?
That's the whole point. It's not the same world.
I know, but it bugs me that you got the quote wrong.
It was on purpose.
I have something weird that I feel like she would do. So can I ask you real quick in the other chat room?
The DM chat, by all means.
Yes.
Guess we're just waiting on Leafa and Sen.
Yep.
Yep.
What?
Aaron, go ahead and roll me. Gonna sound like a broken record tonight, but go ahead and roll me a Constitution save.
You mean Pippin?
Perrin.
Oh, okay. That's 12.
Okay. So you start tossing and turning, and you wake up just enough to feel like, wow, I am really warm. Like these blankets are really toasty. So you just sort of throw them off, and you try to go back to sleep. You're trying your hardest. It's like, oh, just 5 more hours. And then at one point, you roll over to the other side, and your face finds itself buried in fur.
Meow.
Pretty much.
Meow.
And you feel a slight yet pleasant vibration coming from this fur.
What happened?
Meow. Perrin is the one getting kitty therapy.
So it seems.
Meow.
So out of character, I rolled Leafa's player shared something, and I rolled randomly to determine who was getting it.
Yeah, because basically, after all, like, this has been the longest day ever, and there has just been so much trauma of just, like, constantly feeling separated from everyone, losing people, you know, and blah, 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 blah. And so she went to her bed, she's laying there, she's anxious, whereas everybody, and she's not feeling okay with it. And so she just went and found the first one she could, and she just curled up.
Aw.
So Perrin has gotten some extra kitty therapy. Also a little bit tossing and turning to start with, but yes, because she is warm heater that purrs.
She is warm heater that purrs. You hear.
So Perrin, what do you do?
Well,
Give her kitty scritches! Give her kitty scritches!
honestly, probably not the worst thing to do, and clearly since she would have had her own room, clearly she needed company. So yeah, stay in the bed.
Meow.
Except the kitty therapy.
Yes. Oh my gosh, they should get an inspiration die for this.
I think I already gave everyone inspiration.
Did
I
you?
know, but it's just funny because kitty therapy. So,
Wait, did we all get inspiration?
Yeah, we all got an inspiration die.
Don't know how
I did
missed
not
that.
hear that.
That
Well, I
was a
mean,
while ago.
my
Like
hurdy-gurdy
week.
does give that out as well, too.
So there's the bardic inspiration, which is what your hurdy-gurdy replicates. But then there is just straight up inspiration, and it's a thing of you either have it or you don't. It's awarded for good role playing. It wasn't long ago, but it was like 4 weeks, possibly 5, and everyone just did such a good job on something. I gave everyone inspiration, and you can spend that inspiration to give someone advantage on whatever the heck you want, or give an enemy disadvantage on one thing.
Gotcha.
And that can be used on anything: an attack roll, a save, a skill check.
Wow.
Did we get inspiration during the event today?
No, you got the inspiration. You got that inspiration die a few weeks ago, before Sarathis joined.
Okay. Then I don't have mine. I've definitely used it.
I never knew we had it.
I never knew we had it.
So, Leaf is muted.
She's giggling up a storm, methinks.
No.
Let's cat speak for yells.
No, I said no.
But Leafa,
Yes.
since your passive perception is insane, you are awakened to a very gentle touch upon the top of your head. It is very pleasant.
And she kind of leans into the touch.
Just give her some mirrorless bitches.
Yep. You can absolutely tell it's Perrin just giving you the head pats.
She is very pleased. Might even roll over, but because she is giant-sized kitty cat, squashes you.
But you don't take any damage, you're just covered in fur.
Perrin, the only thought that enters your mind is, why could we not do? Where was she when we were ascending? When we were climbing in the Ashcroft Mountains? Because this is so warm, right? Like in a temperate zone like this, it is almost unbearable.
I feel like she just carries around a cooler with her.
Oh, well.
I
Probably just sheds more.
think what Nyxor would be doing is finding a spot, meditating to cast the scry.
Okie dokie.
Pippin would be going back to the library to do a little bit more research on long-lived races and stuff like that.
All right. Well, you are getting ready to head out, Pippin, and the breakfast bell rings. Everyone knows what it means. So, yes, everyone is aware of breakfast bell.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
You're probably more than most. Yes, food? I feel like she's the most cat at early morning and late night.
Nice.
So eventually, everyone does sort of find their way back down to the main dining area, which was the banquet hall from last night. Already, there are carpenters and masons taking measurements and whatnot, and looking to replace, rebuild the damaged area. But there is a healthy spread of food. It's mostly leftovers from last night, but even those leftovers taste really good.
Oh, hell yeah, they do.
Shrivel walks in. His stomach is so distended from last night. He's almost waddling. Followed by the Monopoly gnome with his daughter, and they both bow and says, Monopoly gnome looks at you, smiles, and says, "I've been in correspondence with several portrait artists, and have agreed to an appointment at noon."
Oh, perfect.
It shall run from noon to 1, after which time there will be, well, I can't put out a spread like that every night, but there will be refreshments.
Oh, wonderful. This will be delicious.
It's like, in the meantime, I do believe you have some obligations to fulfill.
Right, let us go deal with those. The portraits.
No,
No,
that's
that's
it.
That's a noon.
Yes, that is an appointment.
Obligations? Am I missing something?
Were you not preparing to cast
Scrying
and other magics to point you in the direction of your next mission?
Oh, were you doing the Nyxa?
I don't think
I think we
Nyxor's
also-
there at the moment.
fell in the
You are
bed.
there.
Oh, I am?
You are there. At this point, everyone is there.
Yeah. Planning on casting Scrying, so find where they took her
Oh,
mother.
wonderful. Oh, wonderful.
So, go ahead. You may cast your scrying spell.
Alright. Sure, Saratha is gonna see. Probably meditate for the first time.
No, Sarathis is still asleep.
Oh, he is?
Sarathis is the only one not here. Sarathis is still. Sarathis
He
is
slept in.
Yeah,
I
forgot about that.
apologize.
Forgot about that.
So did I.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'll cast the scrying.
Okay. So I have to read up on scrying very briefly. Okay. What is your save DC there, Nyxor?
Save DC.
Yes, scrying. If you're
It's a
looking for a creature,
20. The 20.
Well, the scrying would be for Luvia, so she could willingly just let it happen.
Yeah.
where? All right, Nyxor, I need you in the DM chat.
Ew.
Okay, so you cast your spell, and you open your eyes and you see Luvia. She does not appear injured,
Oh, thank goodness.
and she is feverishly working on something. But you can't really tell what. It's like, at which point she gets a look of fear, stiffens up, and begins feverishly working. It looks like she's sewing something. You can clearly see the glint of a needle and thread. You then finally hear before it's snuffed out. Well, you try to look around. You're in a cavern, a great cavern of some kind. You hear what sounds like a little girl sort of whining or whimpering in the distance. And you hear a voice that you've never heard before say, "You believe you can use that to escape us?" And your sensor goes down. With that, we can rejoin the others.
You guys are gonna see Nyxor slowly open his eyes. Oh, first thing's not injured. They're in a great cavern. A voice. Also heard child. Also, his feet done something called a needle.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, that is not good. So you hear whimpering like a child?
Child, like, whimpering. And that far off.
Was she eagerly working on it?
She was fiercely working on something. She stiffened like fear as she actually worked. I think she's being held against.
Oh, great. Well, there's only one way to sit. There's only one thing left to do. Rescue her.
We need to find which cavern.
agreed.
Feel free to roleplay amongst yourselves for a bit because I have to use the bathroom.
Speaking of that, I need to go myself.
I mean, if she's being held against her will, then we got to do something.
If she wasn't being held against her will, we'd still have to do something.
Indeed.
Yeah, agreed. So here's the only question is, where is she?
A cavern, but what cavern?
Maybe the Dragon's Lair?
Don't you have the scrying trick, Pippin?
No, not anymore. That was evil me.
That was evil you?
Yeah, that was
right.
evil me who had scrying.
Oh, right. When Anoia corrupted you.
It wasn't. I don't know who it was that corrupted me, but I was captured. I don't think it was Anoia specifically.
If I recall correctly, she said that 2 of our number had already been corrupted, and when I asked which ones, she said, "Why don't you figure it out, hero?"
But it wasn't her that did it. I was captured and corrupted by their what's it called? Wasn't their mind flayer? It was you know what I'm talking about. The guy who took Nestor.
Their Rakshasa?
Yeah, I believe so.
Wait, so you're saying Panjal Kutra?
That's who I believe it was. He's the one with the super powerful spells.
Christ. Well, that just made things a whole lot more complicated.
Why? He's a super powerful artificer with the ability to create his own spells. That's how we got ours.
And if it wasn't for the fact that he's completely and irredeemably evil, I might actually have some respect for him.
Yeah. He's powerful, that's for sure.
Yeah, duly noted. We gotta figure out where that cavern is.
All right.
Hey-ho.
Welcome back, friend. Oh, there's our radiation filter. So I'm playing Shipbreaker while I wait. There we go. Sorry if I'm quiet, I'm waiting on Sen.
My apologies for that, but I am back.
No worries.
Don't worry.
Excellent. So,
We've discovered that, yeah, she's being apparently held in the cavern. There's a child whimpering, and, well,
Nothing good.
yeah, nothing good.
She was feverishly working.
on
Also
something.
stiffened up on like fear. Take it.
We-
She could be working against her will.
It wouldn't surprise me, given the lows this cult has sunk to.
DM, I sent you a message.
Ah, checking it now. To your first question 2 hours ago, I will get you that in as soon as I can. To the second, very well. Join me in the DM chat.
Joining in.
Sarathus.
Time to head back into my habit, save, and fix my shit up. Let's see how many new messages I get. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Go
be right
for
back.
Yep.
All right. So you guys are you guys are sort of finishing up, figuring out your plans for the day when Serathis comes bursting into the room.
Okay.
Okay.
Please don't say it. Please don't say it. Please don't say it.
Are you saying this in character?
Yes.
He's not gonna say it, but you're gonna see. He does grin at you.
I'm back.
Okay. Tell us what you saw.
What do you mean? How do you know I did anything?
I don't know. You just always bring bad news.
I know not where she is, but I did commune with the Platinum Dragon, and I do know a handful of things.
What?
Number one, she is held against her will, but she is doing what she loves.
So conflicted.
And number two, she is in a compound of illithids.
Well,
Compound catharsis or whatever. it is.
Illithids?
illithids, yes.
What are those?
Mind flayers.
Flare.
There's
No.
only one place that I can think of that has a whole host of those. Compound
Platinum Dragon.
catharsis.
The
That's
Platinum Dragon did say this is a mighty compound.
Cathexis, definitely. If I were a betting man, I'd put up my life savings on it.
I mean, I'll take the life savings.
I feel like this is going to be a long journey, my friends, and we should probably stock up on supplies.
Yeah, definitely.
Finally, though, the Platinum Dragon did say that there is a quicker way to find her, but it is fraught with danger. And that was where the communion ended.
A quicker way to find her, but fraught with danger.
Yes,
What does that mean?
extremely dangerous.
Or for us, just another Tuesday.
Ugh.
I don't know. This is a god that says this is dangerous.
Serathis, we've been facing down the forces of nature themselves.
Yes,
We've
this
also
is
fought
not
a god.
Yes, this is not a force of nature. This is the Platinum Dragon.
Oh, I love this interaction so much.
Yes, the Platinum Dragon is telling us that this is a journey fraught with danger. We're currently up to our necks in danger every single second of every single day. Between the cult, between...
I'm not disputing that. What I'm simply saying is that when a god tells you something is dangerous,
It's probably dangerous.
It's probably
Yes.
more than just dangerous.
When a god says, "Hey, you probably shouldn't be going there," then you probably shouldn't be
go.
going there.
Well, Nestor pipes up, you're kind of both right. I mean, on the one hand, yeah, Bahamut himself is saying this is risky. We should probably stand up and take notice. Senku is also not right. We have been dealing with risky since like day 2.
Day 1.
Yeah, there's truth to that.
Yeah, bear in mind that the first time, the way we all met each other was when we were in the middle of a situation in Wakota that, if we didn't stop it, could have ended very badly.
As I recall, you were bound and gagged in that situation until
Indeed.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
All started when I read the weather and decided to go into Wakota.
And since then, we have been neck deep in all sorts of trouble. Including, but not limited to, facing down Zamansil and dealing with an artifact that could have laid waste to an entire nation.
So,
and when I say that, I do not mean it as hyperbole.
Indeed, we know. We were there.
Oh, Sarathis didn't.
Well, from what I
So this would be the first time he's hearing about this.
Artifact or no, from what I've seen with my own eyes, each one of you is capable of wiping out a small nation. But that doesn't change the fact that a god is literally telling us this is dangerous.
Exactly. That's the scary part.
Not to mention that this god could literally snap and we would all be out of existence.
And then just
he has a point.
Just for the laughs and giggles, it could snap us back into existence.
Yeah, it could Thanos snap us and we'd be gone.
It can what snap us?
What?
What is a Thanos snap?
Thanos, big purple guy.
What?
Senku.
Purple people.
Senku, what are you talking about? You make no sense all the time.
Are you telling me you don't remember hearing about that sort of thing from Kurgu?
Kurgu said nothing of this.
Okay, maybe that's my brain being exposed to the
Nexus or something? Gosh.
I'm going to have to agree with Pippin on this one.
Indeed.
It was a very strange day, okay? We fought the Shredder, we fought the Thing, we saved the robot.
What is a Shredder?
That's a long story, buddy. Maybe best saved for another day.
Let's just put it this way: that's a story. That's a story.
That's a story for out of character.
It's a story you might not. It's a story even we're not sure we believe.
I believe it, but
out of character, I've been told the story, but in character, Sarathis has no idea.
Well, I hope he's got
Let's
no
just
idea.
say it made Senku a little more screwy than he already is.
And this is brilliant role playing from everybody. I love it. I will be right back.
I promise, Senku. I promise. One day we will find clarity of mind for you.
Indeed.
Is that even possible?
I don't.
Maybe not.
But
You're talking to the guy who's trying to, see through the clouds.
Senku, there are times I pray I never understand you.
There are also times I pray that I do understand you, because sometimes you don't speak English. Common, rather. What do you speak? Doppler, sonar, ding-a-ding-a-ding. I have no clue what that means.
He speaks nonsense.
Maybe you should create a new language. A lot of it is nonsense.
All right, no, right. Enough picking on him.
Yeah, just because the words don't make sense to you doesn't mean they don't make sense to me.
I
I don't think
understand
they
this.
make sense to anybody else in this world.
English, speak it.
Common speak it.
Yep.
Common, mother effer, do you speak it?
Apparently not.
I'm sorry, the Pulp Fiction reference was there and I just couldn't pass it up.
Well, anyway,
I do believe we have an appointment, and then maybe we can do some gathering of resources.
Right.
I do believe that we have a little bit of time beforehand. That is at noon. It's like 7 in the morning.
it's more like 8.
Or like 8.
Yeah.
We need to prepare for the journey ahead. Because either way, we're going to be going hip deep into trouble.
Indeed. How I so want that ring of spell storing from the shop.
You hear a familiar voice say, "Neck deep into trouble? What else is new?"
Turn to see who it is.
It's Mira.
Hi.
Hello, Mira. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning, Queen Mira.
She's like, "Greetings. Now,
Welcome.
before anything else, as promised, Captain Serathis," she flourishes. She is not wearing, royal attire or a dress or a gown or anything. She is dressed in what looks like leather armor. Her rapier at her side. Her hair is tied back. She looks like she looks the part of an adventurer. She's got like she's got these gorgeous golden bracers on her forearm, and she sort of just twirls her fingers, and with a quick flourish of a cloak, a small scroll appears, and she spins it around before presenting it to you, Serathis.
Serathis will. His hands are huge. He will gently take the scroll from her own hands and bow his head. And then he will turn to Pippin, and you know that little thing that Pippin did when he busted out the paper with the titles and everything on Serathis?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's going to do the same thing back to Pippin.
So pull out your pedigree.
Not a pet papers.
Well, that's what they're called. Not pedigree. Pedigree. It just tells them who you are.
It says, the following is a legal written document by Queen Mira of Syri that this blue dragonborn Serathis, paladin of Bahamut himself, is
It's not a pet.
nobody's is nobody's pet or property.
Pippin just kind of gives him that look and goes, "Was that really necessary?
Yes, indeed it was.
Why?"
Did I miss something?
I made a stupid joke, and now this guy's got full-on pedigrees. This guy's paranoid as all heck. You really don't want to be somebody's pet.
Pippin, what did you do?
I joked and said, "You dragon, you are now my pet." And he went and got pedigree papers saying that he's not pedigree paper. He got papers from Mira saying that he is not a pet and is not allowed to be a pet. Like, was that really necessary?
I found it amusing.
Of course you did.
Nestor raises an eyebrow and said, "Did you just say you found it amusing? Did you just tell a joke?"
No.
He's like, no.
I did not. Nothing of the sort.
I've done no such thing. He's like, "Joke? What is joke?"
Humor not found.
404 humor not found.
Yep.
Sarathis will once again bow to Queen Mira. Thank you.
Can I get like papers that say I own that red ring at the store?
That would be a bridge too far, Pippin.
I know.
He raises an eyebrow and says, "Do you have 200,000 gold?"
No.
Why do we need 200,000 gold?
There's a really nice ring I want to get. Well, it's a gem. It stores spells. It's really powerful.
I should save it something. Or
You may not
Useful?
speak a word. You don't have 4 spell slots. I got 4 spell slots. Having a ring of spell storing that is more powerful than this one would be incredibly useful.
what's
Imagine
more
being able to
useful
cast
is
2
me
9th level
being
spells.
Able to revive you if you're completely dead.
Well, you can spend your money how you want now, can't you, Nixel? I, however, may spend my money how I desire, and I desire to save up and purchase this item. You may do so with your funds as you wish.
Nestor pipes in. Actually, no, not Nestor. Minstaff comes around. Everyone hears a voice. Everyone hears his voice in your heads. And it speaks. It says, "What Pippin is saying is that Nyagzor is responsible for spending his money to revive the rest of you." Ha, ha, ha.
Did he tell a joke?
He was always the humorous one of the bunch.
No.
He's like, "No, this is simply not true."
I speak only the facts, as I hear them and postulate.
Well, imagine, Nyxor, you have this amazing spell where you can cast and revive people. Well, I can true polymorph somebody 3 times. Or I could store teleport. I could spell that. I could give you the ring, and you can put your spells into the ring, and then you can give me back the ring, and now I can use transport via plants, even though I am not a druid. You could put the spell in the ring and give me the ring, and now if you went down, I could revive people.
For free?
No, I still need the components. But if Nyxor were to be the one that died, who would revive him?
Indeed.
You see, having a ring of spell storing can be incredibly powerful in many situations. Now, I can store Revivify, but I can only store it once, and we probably won't need Revivify.
Probably why we should go to the Dragon Lake.
Bear in mind, we also have to deal with the other elephant in the room.
Oh.
Compound cathexis.
Oh, yes.
Gonna have to deal with that.
I'm gonna go walk down to the library. I'll see if I can't find something about compound cathexis while I'm also researching caplexis while I am researching my own thing.
Queen Mira says, it's not as if you don't have two sources of information on that place at your disposal.
We do. Now, who might that be?
Oh, gee, I don't know. Maybe the rogue queen and her grand vizier who have actually been there.
You've been there.
I think this was discussed at length, wasn't it?
Did I say I paid attention?
Well, perhaps you should have, Pippin. Then you wouldn't have missed that lesson.
He just kind of he's like looking out the distance, his finger on his cheek, and he's kind of like shrugs, like, oh, yeah, okay, I can't say anything against that. He's like, yeah, I guess you're right.
Minsouth visibly shudders, and you hear, in your heads he speaks and says, "The Jokuzai."
Well, if you could find that rogue queen and the Grand Vizier, I'd love to hear from them.
Mira just sort of looks at you side on, and
he has this big, like, just cheesy grin. Like, he knows exactly what he's doing.
The Jokuzai.
Yes. Well, let's hear what you guys have seen.
I don't think he likes it.
I don't think he likes the Jokuzai.
Minsa says, No, I do not. However brilliant a stroke of magical engineering it was utterly unpleasant.
I take it that's bad. Senku says with that knowing voices, he basically said, I take it that's a bad thing.
Imagine, if you will, an elder brain. A giant, brain the size of a horse. It cannot move by itself. It must remain hydrated by laying in a brine pool. There are mind flayer tadpoles flitting around, eating one another, and occasionally, if it gets hungry, it will simply slap one of its tentacles in and consume them. When there are a paltry handful of tadpoles left, they are scooped out and ultimately placed in humanoid bodies, where those bodies, over the course of a week, transform into a new mind flayer.
Didn't we fight the big brain? and
No,
kill it?
we fought A.
Oh, it didn't die though, and it got teleported too.
And it was
Death
Genu.
ward. And it was death warded.
And it was Genu.
I heard you. I don't like to talk about it.
Does Serathis know of this? Was he even... Yeah,
I don't believe Serathis knows of this.
No, Serathis has no idea. He's just listening and looking at you guys like, what are you talking about?
There was an issue before we met you. An elder brain had apparently attached itself to a dragon, but it wasn't originally a dragon. It was a gnome that turned into a dragon, if you will.
You got it backwards. The dragon could polymorph itself in the shape of a gnome.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Stupid. I'm tired. I mean, physically, actually, a little bit tired. It's been a bit of a long day here, but still, you get the thing is, the elder brain...
What do you
Attached
mean
it-
it's been a long... You just woke up.
He's
No, I
talking
meant-
IRL, not
IRL.
I know, but still.
But yeah, Serathis, this elder brain attached itself to a dragon that could turn into a gnome. A silver dragon. A silver dragon that we came to know as a friend. Or at least strongly suspect.
Serathis, go ahead and make me a knowledge arcana check.
How do you make a knowledge arcana check?
Straight up arcana check, I
Yeah,
apologize.
that's Arcana.
Old terminology.
Straight up arcana is... Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. It's a 9. I have no idea.
To you, it sounds briefly join me in the DM chat. I'm gonna use this to I'm gonna use this to invoke some pretty good role playing here.
Uh-oh. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys, he says.
If
Oh boy.
if Sarathis could turn pale at the thought of something, he would do that right now.
You can. Your scale color can thin out a bit.
Turns a lighter fade of blue.
Yep.
You're telling me a silver dragon was subdued and then this thing attached itself to it?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. That is what happened, it seems. He was a good friend.
Sarathis is just going to find a place to sit down for a second.
Still makes me sick every time I think about it. Our friend.
Silver dragons are only silver dragons are second only to gold dragons in their benevolence.
And the Elder Brain turned one evil.
Nestor pipes up and says, "Not exactly.
They killed it and took over its body.
That's a better way to put it. That thing that we fought yesterday morning,
It was not Kurgu.
it was not.
Genu.
Geno, whatever.
It was a marionette that it was a marionette with strings attached in the form of long,
Dragon.
sinewy tentacles.
Go for it.
Who's doing what now?
See if this was going FK. Well, at least we have some information regarding the situation, but
Oh, you have more. There is more we can share. We can even share the compound's location.
do you have memory of a map that you can make
Min South.
of the compound?
Min South looks at you and says, "I have memory of everything."
A map would be incredibly useful, so we don't get lost in there.
When we find those scumbags, we're gonna kick them. I'm gonna kick their sorry little butts.
There is something you should know.
Yes.
Because we initially breached the compound, it is very likely that anyone who moved in after the fact will have rearranged it.
Well, yes.
A map would be functionally useless.
But would they rearrange the core layout of it? It may not have the same room set up in the same way, but they're not just going to tear down all the walls and rebuild it, no?
You fail to grasp the paranoia of Mind Flayer.
That's fair. But if they didn't, it would be useful.
If they didn't, they would be fools, deserving
That's
of
fair.
eyes.
That's fair. Well, then at least... Do they have a teleportation circle?
More than likely. However, that is not something that one would. That is not something that could be shared or would be shared outside members of their compound.
I see. Well, then the location will do. Nyxor, you could probably scry it, look for a tree, and then we can use that to teleport via plants.
I can show you on a map where it is.
I would need port risk. Scrying.
Well, we're not going anytime soon. We still need to prepare. We still have stuff to do today. I'm assuming it'll be a couple days.
I think we should go for the treasure.
So, actively hunting down a blue dragon's lair?
Well, Silver. We'd be going
right.
and finding Jenu's home.
Yeah.
Do you guys know where Jenu lived? Where his lair was?
I mean, I can
Well, I
probably
was
have
mainly asking
something.
Mira. Since they knew, I believe they knew Jenu.
Mira shrugs and says, I've dealt with a lot of creatures in a lot of different ways. Diplomacy, aggressive diplomacy, sword through the neck diplomacy, being run through diplomacy.
I know a bit about silver dragons and where they make their lairs, or at least out of character. Pippin's researched dragons. What do you know about silver dragons specifically?
Pretty easily, yes. That would be
Okay.
that would be relatively common knowledge that you could research, especially since silver dragons are the most likely to interact with human folk.
So, well, I know that they like living up in the clouds and mountainsides or in like abandoned civilizations like citadels and stuff like that. Do we know of any abandoned locations that are up high in the clouds? Up on the mountaintops?
I do believe there was one. When we went to get the ice crystal?
It's a possibility.
I mean, it's been a while, but
The whole time, Mid-South, you can see him thinking. You can almost see steam coming out of his ears. He's thinking so hard.
What's going on, Min-South?
I do not believe the two locations separate.
what?
Compound Cathexis was a mind flayer camp. For several years of my own existence, it was home. I served the elder brain that lived there, that resided there, and presided over the denizens until I was freed by, and he pulls out this perfect white pearl. It revealed to me the error of my ways. But that is neither here nor there. If Compound Cathexis has indeed been reactivated, it would make sense that the Elder Brain running the operation there would, shall we say, seek any and all possible advantages.
Including but not limited to hijacking the treasure of a silver dragon.
Coin can buy you many, many things.
So we go there, kill the Elder Brain, get some money so we can go save the girl.
You will have to do far more than that.
Obliterate the Elder Brain? I could turn into a freaking dragon if I need to.
Hello? Are you aware of what we're probably going to end up facing off against, Pippin?
Elder Brain?
And an unknown number of highly trained mind flayers. Perhaps even a few Ulitharids.
I take it those are bad dudes.
Imagine, if you will, mind flare, size of the flesh golem you fought last night,
Christ!
with 6 tentacles instead of the 4 that I possess.
That's spooky.
Indeed.
Okay. I think that's all the information I need.
Nestor pipes up. There's another question to consider.
Oh.
Why are they doing this? You know, what's the purpose?
Don't know.
You know what? I don't think it matters. They corrupted a creature of pure spirit, and they deserve to die.
I can agree with that.
Nestor shrugs and says, I think we should be looking for the other side of the equal sign, but I also think we do that while we're going through there.
And there's definitely something on the other side of the equal sign that doesn't add up.
Perhaps we will find the answers when we are there.
Indeed.
Hey, could a wish spell undo the damage that Mind Flayer has done?
In theory, yes.
What spell?
Wish.
Well, you wouldn't need a wish spell for that. You could use, what's the spell called? True Resurrection. You don't need the body for that.
Yeah. I would say that. I would say the only other alternative would be Wish.
I say Wish would be, I believe, not prohibitively expensive. It's a prohibitive in terms of the fact it's a 9th level spell. But True Resurrection is prohibitively expensive.
And Wish spell is prohibitively dangerous.
Yeah.
What's that supposed to mean?
Wish is a dangerous spell.
Yeah, you word it wrong, you run the risk of reality perverting it to make it look like a chicken.
Yep.
Like revive. If you activate the wish spell and said, "Bring back Genu" or whatever, and then it would bring back some person's dog whose name was also Genu. True
Yeah, you have to
Resurrection.
You
Go
have
ahead.
to say something like, bring back the silver dragon named Jenu that was my friend. As himself.
Yep.
Otherwise, as he mentioned, it could be a dog brought back as a dog, or the silver dragon could be brought back as a dog or a chicken or whatever.
Yeah. True Resurrection, if the creature was undead, it's restored to its non-undead form. So I believe in this case, it would be, this dragon's considered undead.
Dragon's
first
not
we-
undead.
What is the dragon considered?
It's
A
a
dragon
mindful. It's an
was-
elder brain attached to a silver dragon.
Yes,
Well,
it's would be considered an aberration.
interesting.
We'd have to kill the elder brain first.
Yeah. Either way, I believe
Either
I've
way.
heard enough.
Yeah. Either way, when we find that elder brain, we kill it with and terminate it with extreme prejudice.
I'll be bringing a little bit of a surprise for when we go deal with it.
Oh boy. But yeah. As Serathis put it, that elder brain corrupted a creature of pure spirit, and it needs to die. It corrupted our friend, and it needs to die bigly.
Indeed. Now, I want to go to the library. Been waiting all morning. My plans keep getting interrupted.
Agreed.
To the library.
Nestor shrugs and says, I'm not going to get in his way.
No. I am leaving.
Not going to the library either.
I do not care. I've been waiting to research this all day.
So,
It's not been long, but
2 hours.
that had been nothing.
You go have your fun.
Pippin shall be gone for the entirety of the 2 hours.
Nestor shouts back, the last time we went to the library, afterwards we had to fight the undead shark and bear.
He just plugs his ears and he's like, yeah, 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 yeah.
Senku just gives the stink eye to the library. I swear, every single time I try to find a place of learning, it's cursed.
I can remove curses.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I would like to find a temple.
Wait, why am I going to the library? I brought the books with me.
You what?
He stops, looks down into his bag of holding and pulls out the books. Oh, right. Could have been doing this whole time. He'll turn around and start walking back to the group, opening up his book and starting to flip it open.
Actually, wait.
What's the paralysis?
I'm thinking,
Didn't you want to find a temple?
yeah, hold on. Belay that, hold on.
I see the message.
I can't remember his name, and we were just talking to him. He was right here. Our friend
Minsouth?
Minsouth. There, I'm so horrible with names. Minsouth is here.
He's been
Minsouth is here.
Min South is here.
Mid-South, is there anything we could use to our advantage, such as special coatings or chemicals that would be especially effective against illithids?
Min-South shrugs a bit and says, "It is quite fortunate for you that mind flayers are every bit as frail and squishy as the common races. However, they do possess resistance or immunity to psychic damage.
So outside of psychic abilities, they're just as frail as the rest of us.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mid-South.
You are most welcome. It is suffice to say that I have no special appreciation for the rest of my kind.
Anything they might be weak against?
Unfortunately, as I have just said to the good Serathis, while many mind flayers possess a resistance, some even an immunity to psychic damage, our bodies are no more resilient than, say, yours.
Well then, Pippin,
Yes.
let's say we go scare up a few mind flayers.
Well, we have meeting at noon.
Indeed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, I do not think we should leave right away. I think we should take our time with this one and get a little bit more rest.
Let us prepare fully for
We've-
the journey ahead.
We just fought nonstop all day yesterday, and you guys want to run into another dungeon?
Well, to be fair, Serathis and I are pretty ticked off about our friend Jenu.
I know.
As angered as I am, Pippin is correct. We should, if this structure is as dangerous as the Platinum Dragon says it is, which I completely believe, then we should be fully prepared with every resource at our disposal.
Well, I suggest we treasures.
Problem is, if everything is correct here, we have to, in order to go after, if we want to go to Jenu's lair, we're still going to the compound.
Yes. Perrin is correct. Good Nyexor. The Elder Brain Dragon's horde is most likely in Compound Cathexis. Most likely the Inner Sanctum. Where the Jakuzai was located.
Anyone remember what we did to that undead army?
Which one?
Dealt
We
with
fought
plenty.
multiple now.
The horde outside Nessa.
Yeah, we
Oh, the
trapped
wall
them
of
in
flame
a
'em?
kill box.
How many entrances and exits are there out of Compound Cathexis?
Most likely only one.
One way in, one way out.
Roleplay amongst yourselves for a moment. I will be right.
Senku grins, one way in, one way out.
If there's one way in, one way out. Or I could go in and scare them and send them your way. I do believe an ancient bronze dragon would be big enough. Sorry, ancient brass dragon.
We can scare if we can rattle them, then that would send them towards the exit. And if Min-South is correct, these guys are just as frail as we are, except they're immune to psychic damage. But how many of us do psychic damage?
It's like, and what
Piven.
reason would we have to not believe him? Why would we not believe him in this case as to how frail they are?
Indeed.
If you ask me, we would be fools not to believe him.
Exactly. If they're just as frail as we are, and they're immune and resistant to psychic damage, the thing is, how many of us do psychic damage? I mean, maybe one or two of us, sure, but that's rare occasions. I mean, look at Leafa. She can do psychic damage with her claws. Right?
Yeah.
And you can do psychic damage too, but that's like one or two abilities. The rest of them, bludgeoning, slashing.
That one or two ability can also one hit most common monsters. I could chop them to pieces, but I can also change it to radiance, so that's not a problem.
Yes, you can change it to radiant, which is another tool in our toolbox. And on top of that, we have several things we can do. If there's one way in and one way out, we managed to put up a sphere of radiance just outside that triggers when the mind flayers exit, and the wall of fire that triggers when they exit. You've trapped them in a kill box. They start coming our way, and then we kill them with an enemy screwery sandwich. It's like dealing with an ant nest, if you know what I'm saying. Get the ants to come out, you kill them there, and then you go in and take care of the queen.
Yeah.
And any stragglers that manage to make it through a wall of fire and a sphere of radiance, we take out. I mean, Perrin, you can do the thorns thing, right?
Yes.
Trip them up, make it difficult terrain so that they can't really go through anywhere near as fast. Then the sphere of radiance and the wall of fire can get them. I don't know how likely the plan is to work, but we at least have an idea. I mean, you can do the wall of fire, can't you, Nyaxor?
Do what?
The wall of fire.
I have it.
Perfect. Anyone else know any wall making spells that cause damage?
We can do more than just wall stuff.
Yeah.
Thing is, you whittle them down as they come out, then you can take care of them easily instead of having to deal with a whole bunch of full-strength mind flayers.
I have Greater Dragon Breath, I have Firestorm, I have Sunbeam, Sunburst. I have many things.
And you also have the Wall of Fire, which does a lot of damage if you amp it up. Wall of Fire plus Sphere of Radiance? That's a deadly combination.
You see Minsouth stroking his beard as he intently listens upon this. Says, "Indeed."
Not to mention, Circle of Thorns can deal damage and also make difficult terrain. So instead of just dealing with a Wall of Fire and a Sphere of Radiance, they're being held there, getting hit over and over again.
I sent you another message, Sten. I'm not sure if you saw it.
I only just got back, so I did not.
I know we talked about it at some point, but I don't remember what came of it.
The short answer is yes, it can do that.
Okay.
However, getting back to what Senku said, Minsouth is like, you have a strategic mind, Professor Ishigami.
Thanks.
However, this is no small location like a church or even a cathedral. Mind Flayer compounds are a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers and darkness. As soon as you attempted to try and lure them out, they would see they would understand your strategy. They are not the only things down there. There are the denizens of the Underdark that the Mind Flayers have enslaved to do their bidding. To say nothing of some of the tadpoles that got away.
Got to find a way to lure them out.
That is not possible. They only ever leave their compound to perform very, very specific duties upon the surface.
Very specific duties, huh?
Indeed. When they are ordered to do so by the Elder Brain, or in this case, Elder Brain Dragon.
We're dealing with an intelligent enemy that feeds on the intelligence of others, right?
That is correct.
I'm juicy to them. I'm delicious. I'm an all-you-can-eat buffet.
If you are suggesting you would use yourself as bait, it would
not. What else do you want me to do? Dress and drag and do the hula?
Minsouth pauses for a moment. That is not an amusing image. Also, hey, what is this hula of which you speak?
It's just a dance involving wearing a leafy green skirt.
And you know this how? Make no sense, Senku.
Yeah, I stopped making sense ever since we went with Kurgu.
I have no idea what the Kurga whatever it is.
Nestor looks at you, Nyxor, and just nods. Be thankful.
And I rub the back of his head. You guys should be, yeah.
But yeah, I'm juicy to them. I'm delicious. I'm literally a walking all-you-can-eat buffet. I drag them out. You guys kill them.
That's a horrible idea.
I know, but
I'm gonna stop you, Senku. I understand it, but these are very intelligent beings. I don't think it's gonna work.
I think we just go in and kill everything.
remember what he said. It's a labyrinth down there.
Yeah, let's just go kill them. It'll be easy.
Just wish there was a way we could make them come to us.
They are, as they say, too smart for that. Sadly, Master Pippin is correct.
Also, I think what we're being told here is very simply it is a labyrinth down here. We're trying to make a plan, assuming that there's only one way in and one way out of this facility. If it is a labyrinth down there, you can bet that they have more than one way in and out. More importantly, I think the second that they saw you offering yourself up as an all-you-can-eat buffet,
you'd be an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Any
Personally,
plan requiring bait will be, well, death.
If you're wanting to get them out, let's assume they have one cave. Let's assume. I can turn into a giant dragon, make them fear me, and they'll run through the gate. And I'll make another door. But that's if you want to do that plan. I say we just run in guns blazing and kill everything. I feel like it'll catch them off guard.
There are two other factors you must consider here.
Oh?
They have hostages.
Yeah. That is a thing. They have hostages. We know they have Luvia, and there's also a little girl. I just realized something. What if that's Fade's daughter they have down there?
Well, that's a scary thought.
Yes, we need to find her as well, too.
Come to think of it, we haven't heard from him at all.
Heard from who?
Fade Coda, I'm getting worried about him.
So, Rathis, I need you to make me a history check.
Yes.
And we're not in Starfleet. You don't have to sir me.
Oh, I'm saying yes.
Oh.
28.
Jeez, that's a crazy history check. Good
What is
grief.
his history anyway?
Incredible.
Yeah.
Wow,
So-
he's done what I've... Why do I have a sneaking suspicion that you have not just proficiency, but expertise in that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's his way of saying yes.
I say, because that rivals my own perception.
All right. Well, Serathis, this doesn't need to be. I don't need. This isn't a check worthy of bringing you to the DM chat, but you do know that name that when he drops Fade Coda. Fade Coda is a traveling minstrel that uses his bardic magic as his backup singers. And he will literally put on ye olde rock concerts.
Are we talking about like rock concerts a la Queen, or what are we talking about?
Dragon Force.
Queen is not a bad one. Neither is Kiss. He'll do like he will use his magic to perform like laser light shows and stage props and stuff. He'll have major illusions as backup dancers.
Cool. So we're talking like late '80s, early '90s hairband stuff.
Yes.
Sweet.
And actually, we as a party actually performed with it.
Yes, you did. And then a bunch of red caps attacked.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I really like this guy. I think he sounds cool.
Yep. And you're able to put together from what they're talking about that his daughter has been captured. This might be her.
Okay. Well, say no more. There's a child involved. I'm there.
Fade out find his child. It's Fade's daughter.
Well, hold on here a second, because if that is Coda's daughter, that's really bad news.
Indeed.
Because recall, he said his daughter was abducted by the cult.
And we've not found her. So if it is her,
means the Mind Flayers are working with the cults.
Indeed.
Minsouth pipes up. That would make absolutely no sense. Mind Flayers short of one entity do not believe in the deities, living or dead. And even and he does air quotes, God of Mind Flayers is neither often believed in nor worshipped.
Well, I say we get this picture painted and then we regroup and think about the things we've talked about.
Nestor's like, I agree. Min South pipes up and says, "There is one more thing you should know. Assuming there is not a completely new location, most of Compound Texas is placed under multiple forbidden spell, meaning Master Pippin could not teleport."
Oh, that's great. Senku says sarcastically.
You hear that, Pep?
Yeah. Well, I like teleportation too much. I hated what happened with when we were dealing with the Bloodmires. When I was stuck with that stupid teleportation circle magic nonsense.
Yeah, well, we go down there. You're not going to be able to teleport either.
Well, I have other things I could do.
All right. At this point, you have been talking for a good long while.
I gotta go to the restroom. I'll be back.
You start to see several of the nobles from last night gathering outside the main entrance on the grounds of the estate. And you see several carriages pull up, artists of varying races and skill levels start forming lines. So, you guys file out. And the artists are all sort of standing together, like in a huddle. And I hear Pippin about to come back, so... Or perhaps not. I hear him walking overhead. I think he's checking on his significant other.
Oh boy.
Anyways, you guys, what do you guys do?
Is the picture painted already, or what?
No, they are getting ready to paint it. And people are starting to gather. And you look, and it is about time for you guys to be headed out.
Guess go into the paint.
Yeah.
As soon as you guys step out the door, almost in unison, the artists look at you and like, and giddily run over to you, and like they're checking, like, they can't help but examine your armor and weapons, and then one of them puts his hands together, walks forward, and says, if it's all the same to you guys, we have, shall we say, a mutual idea, and a bit of a challenge for you.
Oh boy.
And like they have you all stand in a line, side by side.
This is for the picture?
Yes, it's for the picture.
Yay!
Where's the child? She was
The child-
promised a picture.
The child, the kid runs up to both you and Sarathis, Pippin, smiles and says, "Thank you for taking this. Thank you for letting us get this portrait."
You're very welcome.
Hey, no problem.
And my daddy and the painters talked it over, and they said it would be better that if we just got the painting of you guys. And he explained why, and I think it's very cool to have you in exciting poses.
Do that.
I can agree. It's also
I can
really
agree.
cool. However, you could have one of the characters carrying you as if we just saved you and have everybody else in dramatic fighting poses. I could open up a portal and we could do that.
The girl smiles, bows, and says, "Oh no, I am much too fidgety.
Oh, fine.
I would be much too." But and she gets the puppy dog eyes, and she looks to both you and Sarathis. Could I get another flight around the hedge maze?
Oh yeah.
I do have a bit of a spell I've been wanting to try out, but I can do that. Unless Sarathis would like to as well. You could join us for a flight.
Yes, I will do this.
Yeah.
Nyxor, can you fly?
Yeah, I got a couple flying.
Can't
I
I
can
cast
even-
fly on myself?
I can even grow Draco.
Nice. Pippin has like a bag of cherries that he's just eating as he's talking.
Yeah. Hey, funny. Fly is actually one of my currently prepared spells.
Yep. Well, one of the artists, Pippin, reaches over and says, "Fortunately, those wild tasty are not heroic."
He rolls his eyes and hands them over. But not before like taking like 5 into his mouth. It's like, fine. Let me at least have my fill.
Oh, nothing will happen. I'm going to set them aside.
Oh, splendid.
And then they all walk up to you guys and are like telling you and guiding you to like, okay, Perrin, draw your bow, but can you have it set up to where you're holding 2 arrows?
Okay.
Like hold 2 arrows and aim, slightly upward and a little bit to the left, right? Then they're like, Pippin, get yourself into this stance where you're on 1 foot and your sword is over your head. Your other hand is out.
Oh, okay.
Sarathis, you're the tallest. We're gonna need you. We're gonna need you in the back. One of your swords one of your swords raised, the other up in more defensive posture, visible. Leafa, I want you standing on one hand with your legs, with one of your legs out in a kicking pose. Senku, you're gonna have your hammer out and be sort of hanging, have it out and sort of be on on your tiptoes, reaching out to try and towards Sarathus's chest.
Senku gets into the appropriate pose.
You realize you have to kind of to get to where this guy wants your arm. You're gonna have to basically stand on your tiptoes.
Uh-huh.
And
this is gonna look so cool.
You know, they get Nestor. They get Nestor on one knee. He's holding Raijin out with one hand. And they're like, "Great, you're all done. We just need you to hold these poses for an hour."
Senku nods and smiles.
What poses do they have, Nike?
Oh, okay. They have you like sort of on.
You're gonna need to turn off that music. We're recording.
Indeed.
Didn't have myself muted.
All good.
Well, Nyxor, they have you like in a low pose with Stormtooth out, like you're getting ready to push off and lunge forward. And they kind of have you also on your, like you're on one foot and on one like on your toes on your back foot.
You want me to add a little lightning effect?
They actually say no to that, but they do make sure your mouth is wide open like you're getting ready to breathe.
Alright, he'll do that.
He's like, great.
Do they want Principal Forge ignited or no?
No.
Okay.
There's like, now hold these poses 1 hour.
Got it.
And I am gonna start with I am gonna need strength saves.
Alright.
No, that's a 20.
That's
Don't
a
I add-
17.
And do I get to add like 6 more to my strength save or no?
Yes, you do.
So in total, a 12 plus 12 modifier. Oh! Nat 20.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a hair away from a nat 20 because I ended up with a middle of the road roll, and if I'd had advantage, the second roll was a nat 20.
Well, 19
Thank you,
plus
roll-
7 is
roll 20.
26.
My second one was not a nat 20. But a regular,
Yeah.
but a unnatural 20. Well, I got that one.
17 is good, though.
I rolled a 32.
I'm thinking I might have to call it soon. I'm in a lot of pain.
Oof.
The chair is just hurt, killing my back.
Strength check, you said?
Strength save.
Strength save.
And you do add your charisma to this because you are within 10 feet of yourself.
That's a funny way to put it.
Right? I would be asking questions if you were not within 10 feet of yourself.
Okay, so my charisma modifier is 5, 23.
Okay.
I believe it already adds it because your strength save is a 14. Hold on, let me double check. Why is your strength a 14 by default? You get a +9, +5 would be 14, which would be so. I believe it's already adding it.
Which again, that makes sense because again, it'd be very hard to not be within 10 feet of yourself.
Well, no, because he has the storm giant belt of giant strength.
Yes.
So his strength
He gets a
was-
+9 from that, but then he gets a +5 from charisma, so it's a 14. I think it's retroactively already adding it for you. Because that's something Roll20 does do.
Okay.
So we got a 23?
Yep. So,
Wow.
okay.
I
you
got
guys,
a 26.
You
I
guys
got a 32.
and you guys power through this, and for 10 minutes, you're holding these poses. Now I need you guys. Now I need your guys' choice of either dexterity or constitution saves.
Dexterity, thank you very much.
Con, thank you very much.
Con.
What type of save?
You can choose either dexterity or constitution.
Oh, I'm going
23.
dexterity all the way. That's a 24.
Okay.
I'm just double checking one thing. Yeah, that is a 29.
Okay. What is yours, Greg?
23.
23? Okay. That's also good. You guys are acutely aware, another 10 minutes have gone by. And you're still going strong. Now, I'm going to need wisdom saves.
That is a 17.
That is a 23.
27.
25.
Okay.
God, I love my +6 to all my rolls.
Pippin,
Yeah,
wisdom save.
I know. I just don't like my roll, so I'm contemplating life for a moment. I got a 2, so I got an 11. I think I'm gonna lucky die this.
Okay.
That's a 20.
Okay.
I can boost that to 26 if you need it.
Nah, that's good. Well, it's okay.
That's massive overkill at that point.
So 30 minutes have gone by. And, Niagzor, your jaw's getting sore. Nestor's arm is getting heavy. Sarathis, where the position they have you in with these, with your gauntlets out, like your armor's kind of pinching scales. All the while, the sun is beating down on you. Like, Perrin, your nose itches terribly. And you are holding your you're holding your poses. And you continue this. And Sarathis and Sarathis only. I am going to need a Constitution save.
Remember, I can boost that if you need it.
It's 16.
You want me to boost that for you?
No, that's fine. He passed just barely. So, Sarathis, you are standing, and you are standing so still that a pigeon decides to land on your head.
Can I like? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Pep.
Personalization is verbal, right? I'm looking at it now. Oh, it's verbal and somatic. So is Mage Hand.
Well, one of the nobles comes over with like a rolled up paper and is just swinging it to scare the pigeon off. And it just, the rolled up paper whap slaps you on the top of the head. And it doesn't hurt, it doesn't do damage or anything, but it does almost break your it almost breaks your stance. Like you have to avoid every fiber of your being wanting to turn and yell at this person, but you don't. Perrin.
Okay.
Give me a strength save.
That's the 24.
All right. So,
Or actually, no, that's 21. I'm mixing up which ones I add the extra 3 to.
You want me to boost that?
You're holding these 2 arrows, and your fingers are starting to cramp, and you very nearly lose one of the arrows, but you ever so subtly move, like relock. You relock your fingers, and the cramping subsides. Let's see. Pippin.
Yes.
I'm gonna need a sleight of hand check from you.
All right.
Oh boy.
Well, that was a waste of a lucky die. 15.
It was
I
not
can boost that.
definitely not a waste of a lucky die.
It was not.
No, it was not a waste of a lucky die. I'm just making everyone do two different things.
Oh,
So
I can boost that for you.
you actually can't.
All right, I don't see him.
What was that acrobatics check? Or a sleight of hand check, rather?
15.
15? Okay.
Did he fail?
You almost start to fall over. But you, are able to, while balancing, you're sort of you realize that your legs are not really in the image, so you sort of twist and dig into the topsoil and actually give yourself a little bit more of a purchase to stand on.
Wouldn't Pippin just start floating? Like with his magic boots?
Okay, we can do that.
Would that negate the need for the sleight of hand check?
No, in this case, it would be a sleight of hand check to do it as subtly
As possible.
without, having to perform the somatic components.
Well, I don't need somatic components. The boots just naturally allow me to fly. No action, no movement, no extra. They just do.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for remembering and having the knowledge that I built using it.
I love that ability. I waited so long for.
So it's more a case of you're getting ready to do this, and you're like, oh wait, I can fly, and you just start doing it.
It's like, oh wait a second, I forgot. Just float.
Leafa is not here. So,
I can still roll for her.
it's not necessary.
Okay.
Save her this minor embarrassment. So now, Nygzor.
Yes.
I need you to roll me a perception check.
Oh boy, why don't you ask him for a tough one? He says sarcastically.
That's a 29.
Okay, I need you in the DM chat. I may not be making Stormtooth any stronger, but I am certainly going to be playing to your strengths.
Sweet.
So, you are still in this pose, and you're starting to sweat. You desperately want to blink. And I said I was making everyone do two different things. I need you to do a third thing and give me a wisdom save.
Another 29.
Okay. So you're in this pose. You can barely see around your gaping maw. When you see flitting among the crowd outside the gates, and there is a decent sized crowd to watch this, and everyone's cheering and heckling and celebrating and whatnot. You see someone leap unnaturally high, throw a tomato, and you can point out the trademark crimson robes of the cult of Lametta Tempesta. And your will save, you, like every fiber of your being, wants to lunge and go after this guy. But you stay put. And you hold your stance. And with that, we can go back to the others. Last but not least, Senku.
Mm-hmm.
From you, I need... From you, I require an insight check.
Do I add like +6 to this or no?
This is not... No, you don't... This is like a skill check that you're...
27!
Okay. You see someone leap unnaturally high over the like higher than the fence, but it doesn't leap over it and like land inside the grounds. A fairly large crowd has gathered to witness this. But this, you hear, you're holding your position through people simultaneously cheering, others are booing you, all that fun stuff. And Senku, you see a guy leap so high he clears the fence, and he just throws right in your face a pair of squishy, disgusting, rotten tomatoes.
DM.
Yes.
Senku is right next to me, correct?
Senku is close enough. Senku is not far from you. That is correct.
Could I use one of my wings to shield him from the incoming rotten tomatoes?
That would break the pose, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
How far is Pippin from him?
Pippin is about 5 feet.
Could he use one of his spectral wings that are, almost invisible to cover him without moving?
Except they're not invisible. They are they are brilliantly translucent gold.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Good try, though.
Why are there tomatoes flying at him?
It's a cultist.
There's a cultist here.
Yes.
Well, first off,
we don't know that.
This?
Oh, I do.
Yeah. Nyxor, Nyxor is stuck in a position with his mouth wide open. He cannot exactly.
Pippin, he sees the tomatoes. He goes, "Can we take a 5-minute break?"
You hear one of the artists, "Please, no, we're almost done. We'll never be able to get back in this position. We'll never be able to get you back in those precise poses again. We're going as fast as we can. We usually sign these up for days, if not weeks."
I feel like the dignity of my friend is more important than a painting.
Nah, painting's pretty dang important.
Yeah, Senku just bears his
So,
Senku just grins and bears it.
Somebody does immediately run over and cast prestidigitation and quickly and efficiently cleans you up, Senku. and another few minutes pass, and a bunch of the artists like breathe sighs of relief as they slump back into chairs.
Are we done?
Yes, we're done.
He's gonna fly around and stretch, and then land. Now, where was the person that threw those tomatoes?
Nestor chimes in and says, I was too busy stuck in my position. I couldn't see anything.
People die.
Nyxor?
Saw the cultist. It's a cultist.
Of course, it would be one of them.
Wonder why they tried that.
Well, it's
They don't like us, that's why.
I was gonna say, it's no secret that they hate us.
So,
Yeah.
public embarrassment?
Pretty much.
No, you know what? Senku's right. They kind of had us dead to rights, and all they decided to do was get our attention by booing us with bad vegetables.
I just wanted to walk up and just yell at them, like, "How dare you disrespect my buddy?"
It's still there. You can do that.
Oh, the cultist is still there.
Well, you didn't see the cultist.
Nyxor, where is he?
You could point out where he was, whether or
Yeah.
not he is still there, but there is a big crowd gathered outside the main gates in the edge of the property.
So at this point, the painting is done?
Yes, at this point, the painting is done, and you can move again.
Yeah, Senku stretches. Man, my legs are going to be feeling that for a while.
I started floating halfway through.
But
Of course
yeah,
you did.
a cultist has us dead to rights, and all they decide to do is throw rotten tomatoes.
Oh
Doesn't
no,
add up.
they must have been poisoned rotten tomatoes. We're all gonna die.
Really?
I don't think we need to worry about that.
I mean, the cult hates us, but throwing rotten tomatoes.
It's so low.
Yeah, throwing rotten tomatoes seems kind of like,
Eddie.
forgive the pun, low-hanging fruit.
Well, I don't care as long as they're gone. I'm gonna go see what the crowd's gathered for.
All right, you walk up. People are reaching through the bars. Like, you hear one person say, "Please shake my hand."
Really? This is what you're all here for?
Just I guess we'll
I'll just like send Mage Hand down. It's like, yeah, shake everybody's hands.
Nyxor will just probably
And-
shake everybody's hand.
Yeah, so was Senku. Anyone who would be
Yeah.
wanting that, of course.
Bunch of people, shake the mage hand. One or two, like, just like the rich and famous. You're too good to. You're too good to meet us common folk.
Senku grins and basically.
Oh wait, this is
takes
the
it
common
away.
folk?
Yes.
Oh shoot.
Yeah,
I thought it was
Senku.
more of the nobles.
Yeah,
No,
Senku.
all the nobles that were in the board of directors estate were sort of off to the side, watching very patiently and intently, and I might add, respectfully.
Yeah, and Senku
Okay.
is shaking everyone's hands.
Yep, these are people that are piled up at the outer fence, and are reaching their hands through and
They're like like paparazzi crowd kind of thing.
Crowd, yes. Paparazzi, I guess a little.
Or I mean, kind of like a red carpet thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Can Sarathis just hop the fence and go spend time with the people? Because that's kind of what he does.
Well, considering how you can fly, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna go do.
Next,
Man.
let's just go
I'm
people.
Yeah, let's go meet the people.
If there's a fence between me and the people, I will go shake their hands. If I have to enter a crowd, I'm going to try to avoid entering a crowd at all costs.
You can do that. That's easy.
Okay. I don't want to be
just
surrounded by a cult at some point.
Plus, Senku can get ID on the person who threw tomatoes by interacting with the people and seeing what they know.
I'm just gonna. Pippin is going to be keeping an eye out for anything suspicious while this is going on.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be keeping an eye out too.
You guys roleplay amongst yourselves.
I feel like somebody would say how rude right now.
How rude!
How rude.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, just like that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's two things. There's two reasons why Senku is interacting with the common folk. He's interacting with them because it's nice to interact with them, and of course he's interacting with them to figure out any more information about who threw the rotten tomatoes.
Yes, who gave you a low critic score on Rotten Tomatoes?
Okay.
Welcome back.
Now, I need people to make me perception checks.
Wow, that's very low.
28.
Sarathis
That
got
is
That's just
21.
an 8.
Deception.
Yep. Sarath has got a what?
A 20.
Excellent.
I got a 28.
Okay.
That'll be a 30.
Okay.
Did some of us just torpedo this perception check?
Most of you, all of you torpedoed this perception check.
I got an 8.
Well, except for
Not for that.
But
Most
let's
of
be
you
honest.
torpedoed. Most of you torpedoed the perception check. I can set roll for Nestor. Oh wow, even Nestor passes. So everyone but Pippin actually pretty quickly spots this guy. He is got the traditional crimson red robes of the cult of Lameta Tempesta.
Glare at him.
What do you do?
We're not gonna make a scene. Not unless they make a scene first.
It is a glare at him.
So he doesn't see him.
Probably it's like stealthily just like watch them
Agreed.
glare at them.
Their dag.
Stare daggers at them.
And
This
Yeah.
guy looks at you.
Did I roll?
Young. He's almost like kind of young. He's a little bit small for the robes that he's wearing. His hood is back. Sort of sandy brown hair, and he rolls really well. He just sort of looks at you, sees that you're looking at him, kind of jerks up a little bit and looks around, points, and then he waves and begins approaching.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll walk over to him.
All right. As you get closer, you notice he is an elf.
It's like, hello there.
Hi. It didn't seem. I didn't think I deserved the. I didn't think I deserved the attention of one of you, let alone all of you.
What's your name?
Sheldon.
Why did you?
We don't know that it's him.
Looks at you and says,
Oh, it's him.
I didn't. I think you guys are awesome.
You can't just assume simply because they're wearing the same clothes.
Someone acrobatic and very
You-
skilled threw tomatoes.
Yes, did you see anybody throwing tomatoes while we were doing our pictures?
I mean, I felt somebody try and like land on my shoulder and push off. But I didn't see him.
To find that.
Can I insight this guy?
You may.
Yeah, let's incite him.
Yeah, let's insight him.
I believe
22.
fully in. I believe in fully. I rolled a natural 1, aka a 4.
I rolled a 22.
I rolled a 21.
All right. As far as you can tell, he is being forthright and honest. It helps that none of you can, smell the rotten tomatoes on him.
Okay.
Because we've got that good perception.
Yes. Your senses are just that attuned.
Then
He almost swoons and is like, I think I'm gonna faint.
Please don't. Please don't.
So
Sarathis is within earshot of this, but he wants to he's not going to interact with it. He just wants to begin to like minister to the people and talk to them about the Platinum Dragon and see what kind of services he can render in the area.
Awesome.
excuse me, have you heard about our Lord and Savior Bahamut?
Right.
What about the Hexblade? You heard of her? Everybody screams, okay, apparently not.
As you start doing this, well, first off, roll me a performance check.
Oh, okay. Hold on. 10.
10?
Yes, 1, 0, 10.
Now, no need. Now roll me just a straight up intelligence check.
Check, not a save, right? Check.
Intelligence check, yes.
Okay. Oh. That's a 6.
Okay. So you start gathering people, trying to gather people around, but you've got a crowd and you start talking about
Bahamut, and they just disperse.
No, they don't disperse. But
oh great. Sarathis, are you getting us in trouble?
He's actually not.
Wouldn't he be better to roll a religion check?
That's to know about that's to know about stuff and recite it. He's trying to gather a crowd. The intelligence check was for something else entirely that he just utterly bombed.
Let's say, wouldn't that be charisma to gather a crowd or persuasion?
That's why he did roll persuasion. He got a 10.
Oh, I see. Performance. Yes.
Oh yeah, you said performance.
Yes. I see.
You said roll performance.
Does Pippin see what's going on?
Yes, he does.
So what exactly is going on with this low intelligence check?
That you don't know. But
so it seems like everything's going well?
It seems like everything seems to be in order. He's trying Sarathis is trying to get people to, hey, pay attention to me. I have something important to say. And
as Sid would say, Sarathis has the social skills of a dead squirrel.
Not exactly, because you do still have a +5 charisma modifier, so
yes, but he doesn't know how to use it.
That is true, but just because you don't know how to use it doesn't mean you can't use it. You've got some reasonable talent there. Pippin, roll insight.
14?
14 is good enough. He's trying to gather a crowd of people around him, and they're gathering, but they're gathering not to hear him speak, but they're gathering just because he's there.
Can I come over and assist in this endeavor?
Yeah, certainly.
Like fly over and big shouting, come listen to the I don't know, Pippin speaks better than I do. But he's coming over to persuade people to come over and listen with the sole intent of hearing about Bahamut.
Make a persuasion. check.
Persuasion? 25.
5. As soon as you get there, everyone looks up and takes notice as you sort of cartwheel onto Sarathis' shoulders. And Sarathis, at first you're a little bit annoyed about this, and then you realize that he's getting their attention better than you are, and you can now start preaching the glory of Bahamut. And Pippin can make me an intelligence check.
Intelligence.
Yep.
That's a 22, not 20.
Please join me briefly in the DM chat.
Pippin knows more about Bahamut than I do.
Well, now that Pippin's kind of gotten this situation figured out and he's doing his own thing, he's going to go back to the others.
Okay.
And he'll come back like, sorry about that, I had something I needed to attend to. But now, this kid is a child, right? Teenager?
By Elven
Probably.
standards, he's in his 50s, so late teens.
Okay. He goes, okay, I did have one more question for you. Where did you acquire these fine robes?
He's some guy in the crowd. He offered me gold to take them.
I see.
Great. So he's trying to get innocent.
The robes you wear are the robes of an evil cult. I am worried that there might be evil afoot,
Senku
but
grunts
nothing
and he
major.
says, and of course the cult is trying to make it so we target innocents.
Oh, no. We are not stupid. That's why I tried to slow you guys down before assuming anything.
Good. That could have ended up
But-
badly. Thanks for the help. Pippin.
Well, you might have just... He kind of whispers, and you might have just come in and clobbered the kid.
No, I was not.
No, not. I don't mean you. Anyway, but I would suggest he gave you gold to take the robes.
Yeah.
He's like, would I be able to buy the robes off of you?
He's if there is bad news as you say, just here.
I'll take the robes. It's like, thank you. These will be incredibly handy, I do believe. How big are the robes? Like, what, the medium creature size?
Medium creature size, but upper end. If you hold them out, you figure they were probably fitted for. If you had to do it,
No.
they would be fitted for a half orc, someone on the larger and more muscular side.
Pippin gets this big smirk. He goes, I have an idea.
What's your idea, Pippin?
Well, I'm not going to say it out in the crowd, but when we find somewhere safer, I will talk about my idea. Shall we head somewhere more private? And thank you for everything. What's your name? What was his name again?
Felden.
Felden. Thank you so much for your help, Felden. It is greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Felden.
It's anything to help out the heroes of the of the continent.
Well, Clarissa will hold out his claw and takes his.
Yeah,
You shake
Senku.
his hand, and he just sort of takes it, and after you look at it, he tumbles to his knees and
I
looks
would
up.
help him up.
He looks at you, eyes almost bubbling over with tears. He's like, "I'm not worthy."
Oh, trust me, you are. I'll help him up.
I feel like out of character. I'm saying this like I feel like out of character. Pippin would be like, if this whole thing works and his plan works, he'd come back and make him like an honorary member of the team, like Chris and you. The kid might just have a heart attack. It's like I'm a part of the.
Belden, if your information is anything to go off of, then you've just helped us a great deal, because it means that there is someone in the cult that is trying to put the blame on innocents, and that is not a good thing.
I don't think that's quite the case. I think it was doing it to stop us from realizing it was the cult. It wanted to get to the crowd and get through us. It knew if we saw it in these robes, we would just stop what we were doing, forget the picture, and just, I feel like it was just a guy, a part of the cult, probably a lower end thug, who just really hated us and wanted to spit on our graves, or spit in our faces, I should say.
Well, it would make sense of why they chose to use low-hanging fruit.
Yes. Now.
Yeah, Senku makes the pun to see if he can.
Now,
yeah, forgive
the
bad pun.
Now, I have an idea, but we must get somewhere more secluded. I'd like to go talk to Min-South, actually, and see if he can't secure us a room that is completely devoid of any possibility of being tracked.
You're not taking any chances, are you?
Roll me perception checks one more time.
Okay.
It's a 17.
17 is good?
That's a 28.
Jeez, I feel like a coat rack when it comes to perception with these guys.
The DC is 15, so even you pass.
That'll be a 28 as well, too.
Perception, intelligence for my dump stats.
So, Rathis, what was yours?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear over everybody's talking. What's up?
I need
Roll
a perception.
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 Yes.
Pull up.
23.
Nice.
23. Okay.
You said the DC for this check was 17?
15.
15.
Christ, the only way I could have failed it is if I rolled a 2 or below.
Mm-hmm. I could have failed it on 13. Well, sorry, 12 or below.
Sheesh. Wait, that should be 13 because my proficiency bonus is a 17, is a plus 7. Right?
I don't know what your proficiency bonus should be 7, yes. So 7 plus.
Yeah, I got it right. It actually is a 13 because my proficiency bonus is 7. I get a plus 6 to wisdom thanks to that stone.
Yeah.
So
I actually got a 29.
You guys.
The only way I could have failed that check is if I rolled a nat frickin' 1.
And ones don't necessarily always mean auto fail on skill
On
check.
skill checks, they're not normally an auto fail.
Well, he would have failed because of numbers.
Yeah.
Now, however, that is all fine and good. but you guys all sort of hear and feel the beginnings of this faint electric buzz in the air.
Shit.
That's a bad thing, ain't it?
And those of you who have them, and even those who haven't, look around at other people. Your crystals are beginning to glow and flash.
That's not good.
Something bad's about to happen.
And the first words are, "Everyone clear the area!"
Can I, like... Hold on. How do I word this? How do I do this? Is that the feeling of lightning?
Yes.
Okay. I want to true polymorph into an ancient brass dragon and cover as many people as I can.
If I hug someone, can I protect them with absorb elements?
No.
Under normal circumstance, no, but in the cinematic, in the sort of the cinematic action that is happening right now, yes, I will allow it.
Senku basically grabs Felden and casts absorb elements. Stay close, kid.
All right.
And I want to just cover as many people as I can as a gargantuan dragon.
Nagsor yelling out in his chronic voice. Everybody gets cover.
Can I, like, frightful presence everybody who's not near me to try to force them to get away?
An ancient brass dragon just showed up. Hello? I'm pretty sure that qualifies as a frightful presence.
Pippin, make me another perception check, but because of where you are, you can do so with advantage.
Okay. My perception is a +9 in this form. You said advantage?
Yes.
I rolled a 14 twice. Gosh darn it. That's a 23.
All right, need you in the DM chat because you're the only one who can see this.
Wait, so 1:30 already.
Yep.
Yeah, basically, Senku holds Felden close and says, "Stick close, kid." Boom. Yeah, so absorb elements is like one of my go-to spells.
Spell.
I think Nest is fighting something.
Nobody has any other time to react, but over the din of the now starting to panic crowd, you hear Nestor scream at the top of his lungs, "Rolling Thunder!" And everyone...
Senku has spelled in close and is using absorb elements.
And a quick question, Sen. How would I do HP for the Ancient Brass Dragon? Would I just take the average or would I take the max?
You'd take the average.
Okay, so 297.
Wow!
Now, I need all of you to make dexterity saves. The DC for this will be 12, DC 18.
And are we within 30 feet of our paladin?
Yes.
Then we get a +5.
That was a quite handy pass, even before adding in wing.
Oh my god! that would put me. I rolled a 14, but that +5 puts me just over at 19.
I got a 30.
I was at 21 before adding in the paladin bonus, or the bonus from having a paladin nearby.
Yeah, roll a 30.
Thank you, paladin. Thank you, Serathis.
That'd be at 25.
Say that again, Serathis?
What did I do? I haven't said anything.
Just by virtue of the fact that you are a level 20 paladin, you have an aura that extends out to 30 feet, and any allies within that area, not only do you add your charisma modifier to your saving throws, everyone in 30 feet adds your charisma modifier to their saving throws.
Oh, okay.
So I got a 19! I just passed!
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, buddy!
And what was I supposed to roll? I'm sorry?
I need a dexterity save.
Oh my god, that is broken.
Not really.
Mine is going to be 28.
Okay, you pass.
Holy. Good job.
The DC for this was 18.
Means you could still fail, which means it's not broken.
So it's not a 28 because your dexterity is a 2. You already added your 5 to it. So it's still 23. Your rolls are automatically set to roll your +5.
That's right. I keep forgetting that.
You're good.
I mean, in this particular case, it doesn't matter because you still passed.
Exactly. That's why I felt no shame in calling it out. I'd still call it out, but I'd feel bad.
Okay. So everyone that passed, or everyone passes, so everyone takes 50 lightning damage.
I have absorb elements, so I cut that down to 25.
That is correct.
And I'm resistant to lightning, so that have it as well.
Yep, that is.
So you take 25.
So 25.
Yep.
I'm saying, since that's Dex, would that end up counting for my evasion?
Yes, it would. So you take none.
So I take none.
And Serathis, you also would only take 25 damage from this because you are Blue Dragon.
So we all just cut that down by half.
Or about.
That was a lot of lightning.
I put it down by 3/4.
Do I see what Nestor is fighting? Passive perception 24.
From your perspective, it looks like he's just firing into the crowd.
He's what?
This is a 90-foot cone.
That was him that just attacked us?
It looks that way.
Nestor, what the hell are you doing?
Don't think you're near him right now.
I mean, a massive swath of this crowd, easily 100 people plus, in various ways, they twitch, convulse, and just fall dead.
Nestor, what the hell are you doing?
Would these have been the people that Sarathis was sitting and talking to as well?
Some of them were, yes.
Okay. Are we rolling initiative?
No.
Okay. I'm going to sleep breath Nestor and everybody around him.
All right. There's no one really around him. So what is the save DC for this?
I need him to make a Constitution saving throw, DC 21.
Oh,
DC 21, you say? Yeah. You breathe. And it's this clear looking, like,
Did he fail?
vapor. And it washes over him. And he just goes from the stance he was in where he was firing that off to he just slumps to one side and falls on the ground, clearly asleep.
He'll be out for 10 minutes.
Secure him.
I'm going to fly and then change shape back into a humanoid.
Okay.
And I'm going to tie him up. First, is there any can I perceive any illusions?
You cannot.
Okay.
I think Nexer's gonna go around and medicine everybody.
There's no one to medicine. Anyone
that was hit is dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to strip him of his weapons and of his crystal.
The average person the absolute average person has between 6 and 12 hit points.
Did I manage to protect
Oh, gee.
Felden?
You did, yes.
Yes!
What about the people that I had surrounded?
The people that you surrounded are okay as well.
Okay.
Pretty
Yeah, but I'm gonna be
Nexer
taking
would've
that
had a
crystal.
couple in his...
I'm gonna be taking that crystal, and I'm gonna be taking his weapon as well.
Fair enough.
Tie up his hands so he can't do any somatic components.
That's a good idea. Guards, we need those special gauntlets to stop someone from casting magic spells.
They produce them immediately.
I'm putting them on him.
It is a testament to how much respect they have for you and how much fear they now have for Nestor that no one stopped you.
This doesn't look good for him.
What just
Hi.
happened?
What? Hi.
Did we not have the real Nestor this whole time?
Sarathis is genuinely saddened by this, and he is going to begin to administer death rites to the fallen.
Oh,
Are you okay?
Sarathis could see this saying, look, whenever he sees death, he...
Yes, Senku looks to Felden and says, "Are you okay, friend?"
He looks at you and he tries to nod and then you sort of see him convulse a little bit, and his eyes roll up inside his head. Make me-
Medicine.
Oh, I'm here.
Is he dying?
Make me a medicine check.
30.
He is basically, essentially at 0 hit points. He's unconscious but stable.
Which
I
one was
will
that?
hit with a first level cure wounds.
Who's down?
He has 8 hit points.
Felden.
Felden?
He is
Okay.
not dying. I permit the spell slot. He has 8 hit points.
I guess
Good.
I'll put out a as well.
Same.
I'm gonna,
I think that's massive overkill at that point, but as I said, he's not dying.
okay. I refresh my breath.
Strictly speaking, yeah, no, he does not. None of you, the only parent with the cure wounds, no one else needs to. This guy has 8
So-
hit points.
Can somebody go get Minsouth?
One of the guards yells, "Yes, sir! Immediately!"
This has gone far better than I expected.
Hey,
That sleep breath, man.
Eldon gently opens his eyes and is like, "Am I dead?"
No, friend, you are very much alive.
Senku then asks, Nestor, what the hell was that?
He's
Nestor's
asleep.
asleep.
Who, Felden?
No,
Nestor.
Nestor's
Yeah.
asleep.
Sorry, I got that mixed up. Felden, Senku looks at Felden. Hey, don't worry, you're gonna be okay.
He's like,
We're
"I
gonna-
feel fine now."
I'm gonna figure out what happened.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, this doesn't look good for Nestor.
Min's not
Don't
surprised.
know.
Min South arrives momentarily and says, "I observed what happened. It's making my way here already."
Do you know what happened?
I saw it. I recognized the rolling thunder technique.
I'm
Is
just
it a-
glad I was able to act quickly enough to help.
Was it a mind flayer?
I am uncertain. However, his eyes like glaze over and he stares at Nestor for a good minute. Says, "You may relax. I am certain this is the true Nestor Ravenscar."
Then what the hell was that?
Possibly a dominate person. Some other spells. There's like suggestion. Can I can't. I don't have a magical bone in my body right now.
You say I can do a bonus action to
Um,
change my spell list?
You can use a bonus action to swap out one single spell.
Once a day.
Yeah, I'm swapping. I'm going to see if I have Dispel Magic in my spell list. Yes, I do. I'm swapping out my arcane weapon.
Minsouth reaches out a hand and places it on your chest. That is unwise. He is asleep.
Indeed.
Dispelling the magic could wake him up, and if he is under the effect of something far longer term, such as
Yes.
dominate, This is a dominate person spell that would put not just us, the rest of the crowd, and indeed the entire estate in jeopardy.
Understood.
I am going. So, shape change. The dragon polymorphs into a humanoid or beast that has a challenge rating no higher than its own. I'm going to polymorph into an archmage. And I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
Damn, Pippin, that ability is awesome.
Ancient brass dragons are really cool.
You're
insane there.
Yep, you cast Detect Magic. You looking over, Nestor?
Yeah.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Arcana, you say?
Yes.
As a archmage, I have an Arcana of 13. These rolls are getting really confusing.
Sarathis, you were about to say something?
I have a curiosity question, just not in character question.
Go for it.
The people, are they dead beyond saving, or could I do something that could possibly restore some of them?
You could. I say based on that, I say unless they're like completely like bodies destroyed, you should be able to use Revivify on up to 10 people, supposing you have the materials and can get to them.
The reason I ask is the Platinum Talons at level 17 give me mass heal once per day.
They're dead.
And
that would not work. Yes, again, you need Revivify or better.
Yep.
Okay, so I rolled a 17 for Arcana.
Arcana? Alright. The only aura you can really see right now is your own is an enchantment aura that you know would be your sleep.
Well, it's not magic. I just exhale sleep gas.
Oh.
And then if they fail the con save throw, they fall unconscious for 10 minutes.
Then no, you detect you detect his magic items, but you detect no magic upon him.
Okay. Can I cast Detect Thoughts?
Sure. We're stretching that one, but I'll allow it.
Stretching it?
Detect thoughts, you generally need to be awake for that too. Like for thoughts of someone who's asleep, you need like dream.
I can cast dream.
Okay.
But here's the thing. In this particular case, I would allow detect thoughts. Because this is not a normal this is not a normal sleep. This is effectively a compulsion effect. Still.
Yeah. Okay. You initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature, what is most on its mind in that moment, and then I will attempt to probe deeper into his mind, which will require a wisdom save from them.
All right, briefly join me in the DM chat while we discuss this.
So let's do a
Guess we're just waiting.
Yep.
He was seeing things.
What?
So he thought those people were cultists.
God.
I'm over for that.
Well, he thought he just saved us from an army of cultists. I think it was like a suggestion spell or maybe some form of illusion spell.
At this point, you hear Nestor yawn, and he tries to stretch and is like,
The first thing he sees is an archmage. It looks nothing like Pippin.
Right.
There's just a cultist kneeling in front of him. It was like, this is probably not a good time to be an archmage.
Nestor's like, who is he? Why am I on the ground? Better question, why am I hogtied?
That's Pippin, and we tied you up. A good
You just killed about 100 people.
Killed
No.
over 100 people.
I saved you from an army of 100 cultists.
There
You
were
were seeing
no
things!
cultists.
We're seeing things.
There wasn't a single cultist here. Well, there's one, but we haven't found him yet.
Just killed innocent people.
Yes.
The person that we talking, it's not a cultist. Oh, the cultist that was here gave him the robes and paid him to carry it.
Paid him to get rid of his robes.
Lovely. This is just fucking great.
Since then, he's basically the person that was paid to take the robes has basically given us the robes.
Pippin's got him, but they're I got him, but they're currently polymorphed into a dragon, which is currently polymorphed into an archmage. It's getting complicated, okay?
Well, it's polymorph the archmage into something.
Well, archmage doesn't have polymorph; he has time stop. So,
By the way, when does your double polymorph run out?
so the archmage does not run out. That's just a thing Ancient Brass Dragon can do. The other one will last an hour, but Pippin will not be running it for that long.
Yeah, because if I remember,
If I do, I will stay a dragon.
Permanently become it.
But you could also polymorph yourself into Pippin.
I could, but he wouldn't have any of his abilities.
Yeah.
True.
But I mean,
a dragon.
But I mean, an archmage is pretty powerful. But
So it's
Pippin
like
doesn't-
the Animorph thing.
I guess so.
It's a true polymorph is I don't want to be myself anymore, so I now exist as this.
The funny thing is, I chose true polymorph. I'd switched it out halfway through leveling up to 20, or between like 17 and 20. I switched it out because I realized that Pippin's background, it really fits running polymorph and just changing how he looks every now and then. And just changing things about himself, or just becoming a dragon for a year, switching back to Pippin. But yeah,
I think we should. What's up?
yeah, it's 2:03.
We will in just 1 second. I am typing up a response to Mr. Gray here. The short answer, Gray, is breath weapon doesn't really work that way either. You'd effectively be continuing to damage the body with electricity. It's not targeted enough or precise enough to act as a defibrillator.
Rule of cool?
Rule of sad.
True.
Yeah.
Like, you can't tell a compelling story and have it be all sunshine and rainbows. There are some things you just can't do. Now, there is an ability that you don't have access to at this exact moment that could do something like that, but again, you don't have access.
If only we had the fire crystal.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, no, it's cool. I was just curious.
If we had the crystal and I'm saying this is supposing nothing's changed since I last rolled anything for it. Yeah, that would be a very different story. But as it stands, that is moot because the fire crystal is who the hell knows where.
Yep. No, sometimes I just gotta twist the knife. Exactly what I did here, and as was pointed out, it is after 2, so this is a perfect time to end the game. You're on a little bit of a cliffhanger.
I didn't expect to pull out the ancient brass dragon yet, but holy crap, is it powerful?
It's an ancient dragon.
I understand this. I just didn't expect it.
What did you expect for an ancient dragon?
I don't know. It's a CR20, so I expected it to be about as good as a level 20 character, and then you could just polymorph into an archmage, which has some insane spells.
Time stop, chief among them.
Yeah,
indeed.
But I certainly hope everyone enjoyed the session.
Oh, yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
It was pretty good.
Yep.
Great.
It was a lot of fun.
And I didn't hear respond to that.
Oh, I'm sad for Sarathis, that's all.
What happened?
Sarathis' people were killed.
Damn.
By Nestor.
Oh, you can expect next week he's going to be pissed.
Yeah, he's still sort of out there in the crowd administering funerary rites. He does not exactly know what the reason was for this.
And
There's better not tear a schism in the party.
And he'll stay out there for days if that's what it takes to get to deliver the proper funerary rites to each person.
This is why I am so glad we added you to the group, Ray, because you, as good as the role playing here has been, you've elevated it ever so slightly.
Oh yeah.
And I admire and respect that. Like, not only is your role playing good, but your interactions with other people are making them up their game. I noticed it this evening with Pippin.
Can't let you always have the spotlight.
I'm sorry?
I said can't let him always have the spotlight.
I just think it's cool that you're reaching out and making connections with other players.
I'm trying to find something that I can interact with on each person. With Pippin, it's titles.
I gotta talk with Sen about some of Pippin's past because of the type of dragon I'm basing him off of, but it's from 3.5, so there is no 5e variant of my dragon.
I believe I know, and yeah, we definitely need to sit down and hash that out.
Yes, you do know, you do.
But,
at least we've talked about it.
Yep. So I will let everyone go, get some sleep, and probably at least 3 Gray and Pat, I hope to chat with you tomorrow.
Yep.
And, we'll talk to everybody another time.
Sleep well, everyone.
I'm gonna go hope my back stops hurting. See you guys.
See ya.
Boy.
Good night.
Hey,
See ya.
buddy.